Kennt jemand diesen netten Mann hier? Muss ich hier nochmal kurz introducen. Der Typ hier ist auf sein Moped, auf seiner Honda C90, von ganz oben Nordamerika nach ganz unten Südamerika gefahren. Der Typ ist hardcore. Und so wie es aussieht, hat er ein neues Video rausgebracht, wo er wieder irgendwo reist und wo er irgendwo was macht. Mit anderen Worten, wir gucken mal, was der macht. Das ist eigentlich ein sehr sympathischer Bass-Dude, wirklich. Also der ist sehr er selbst, ja, sehr basiert. Ihr wisst sicherlich, ne? Ihr seid ja alles junge Menschen. So wie ich, 33. Holly, danke für die 28 Monate. Schmudi, danke nochmal für die 8. Betrunken, der Hulk nochmals, danke für den Terrence und Ghost, danke nochmal für das sehr große Subgift. Stopp. Durch Darren gäbe es ja nicht gefahren, da hat er eine Yacht genommen und hat quasi sein Moped drüber gefahren. War sehr cool. Zumindest. Zeige uns, was du tust. Ich habe deinen Namen vergessen.
Hello, welcome to Northern Utah and welcome to the first episode of Will It Make It to Moab, where I buy a particularly stupid vehicle and try and ride or drive it back to Moab. I'm about 1,000 miles away from Moab at the moment, off-road, and so here I am at Right Deal Auto Sales, where normally they sell sensible vehicles, but due to a weird set of circumstances, they've ended up with the perfect vehicle for me.
Schön ist, der kommt aus Großbritannien. Spricht so gutes Englisch.
Oh, that is amazing.
That would be fun.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. 1,000 miles off-road.
1000 Meilen damit.
Is it smaller than you thought?
Yeah. Yeah, kind of, I mean, in...
Lecker ist, Bruder, danke für die 7.
Well, at least if it gets stuck, I should be able to get it out. So, just to make sure everyone is fully up to speed with how stupid this is, I'm here near Salt Lake City in northern Utah, and I need to get here to Moab in southern Utah. I've chosen this to do it in. I've already told the internet I'm going to do it, so I can't back out now. So now I'm here with no choice but to ride 1,000 miles back home off-road. So now I'm going to take it for a test drive to see exactly what I've let myself in for.
Dürfte ich in Deutschland mit so einem Fahrzeug durch die Gegend fahren?
This is like brilliantly bad. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute.
Nein. Nein. Danke, Bobby Dick. Guter Name.
Oh, that vibrates a lot. The vibrations are nearly unbearable. Really doesn't turn it with power.
Frage ist, hat das genug Power?
Right, well now I've proved it's terrible in a car park, I should probably find out if it's terrible on the road as well.
Das Teil kostet $3.500. Ja.
Awful.
Aber ist schon keiner cool.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to my top speed.
Was 30 mph in km/h? Um die 40 km/h.
There's a fourth gear.
46?
Fourth gear? Okay, it's only a 3-speed. And the tiniest touches on the steering wheel make you go, oh, left, oh, right, oh, saved it. Well, we can see how it handles a tiny curb and some gravel. I don't know how it turns off the road.
Das ist ein Wendekreis, ne? Ich mag die Geräusche, die es macht.
Axle, which means it doesn't really want to turn, and it doesn't
48,28 Höchstgeschwindigkeit.
So yeah, tightest turning circle I'll show you is actually that.
Ein LKW.
Okay, well now I've established that it's a horrendous vehicle and not at all suitable for what I want to do. It's time to pay $3,000 for
Lehnt
it.
euch zurück, Chat.
Entspannt euch. I think I was dropped on my head as a child.
Nur Stuck One. Dankeschön.
I mean, I love it. absolutely awesome. I mean, like, terribly awesome, or awesomely terrible, I don't know.
Spoiler, der tuned das Ding.
Oh, did I mention under the bonnet is a bored out Honda 90 engine?
Danke, Mr. Freezanix.
It's the most Chinese thing I've ever seen. And I have actually worked in China for 2 months. Yeah, it's brilliant. That's cool. Right, well, paperwork and then head back to MOAB.
Let's do it.
So yes, the supporters of this channel are either going to be happy or incredibly upset that I spent your PayPal donations on this monstrosity. If you do have a complaint about this though, please write it in the comments section of another PayPal donation sent to
What?
Right, that's all the paperwork done, so let's head off. Let's drive this high quality vehicle to MOAB! Yeah! I'm a moron. Now, some of you might have noticed that I've got no gear.
Ich habe einen PayPal-Account für Steam-Spiele kaufen.
That's
Für nichts anderes
because
eigentlich.
I actually knew in advance that this thing was going to be dog slow and doing 1,000 miles in it was going to drive me insane and it was going to rattle itself to pieces. So, nearby, I found a very friendly engineer who has got loads of stuff waiting for me, all of my riding gear and camping gear and stuff. And we're going to soup things up a bit.
Die Tuning-Werkstatt.
Right.
So there she is.
Nice.
Awesome, bro.
Right. Out with 8 horsepower. Alright, well, so let's see what Santa's got us. Or technically wholesale cycle. Thank you so much, guys. This is a genuine Japanese Daytona 190cc racing engine, which fits in a Honda 90. I'm sure at some point I'll be exploiting that stupid idea, but this puts out 25 horsepower, and it is an
8 auf
absolute
25.
weapon. So, yeah, let's try and
Wicked.
cram 25 horsepower in there, shall we?
Let's do it. Yep, there you go.
Words of encouragement, I think it's about what there is. Come on. Have a wiggle.
There you go. There you go. Hey.
Der Wechsel von 8 PS auf 25 ist 100% spürbar.
It's not a complete swap. Annoyingly, the starter motor on this engine is underneath, which means
sketchy.
it just clips the chassis rail there. If the starter motor was 5 mil smaller,
Eddie.
it would have been a direct bolt in. So out comes the engine and out comes the welder.
At least you're getting really good at putting the engine in now.
Yeah. Right, back in for the final
Was mit der
time,
Maus?
hopefully.
Wir sind bei der Hälfte des Videos.
The engine did actually go in, and because it's a bit longer than the old one, Nate set about carefully cutting out a little hole in the front of the grille for the larger air filter. And we both tried to avoid breathing in the horrendous fumes this mystery plastic was giving off. And the smell of burning recycled hamster bedding or whatever it is that the Chinese melted down to make a body of this. So there we are, larger air filter installed. Barely tell us there. All that remained for a test drive was to fabricate a clutch pedal, because the old engine was semi-automatic and this new engine is manual. Instead, I avoided all fabrication work and just
Markus
bolted the
Hessen,
hand clamp
Dankeschön.
vertically and
J-Rock.
operated it with my foot.
Wow, that worked out real nice.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Of all of the things that I've like bodged,
That went.
that's
That's perfect.
yeah. However, it wasn't all smooth sailing. For example, we briefly ran out of parts. So we need 2 M6 washers, and rather than find them, this maniac is going to cut them out on the laser cutter. Because
Und
why
was für ein
not?
Unterlegschein?
Easier. All right.
Das ist cool.
Now we have 9 M6 washers.
You're a maniac. but I approve. With those washers fitted, it was now time for the test drive with the 3 times power increase. The rule is you can't do anything without it filming, because if it catches fire, then at least we have it on film. Right, so do you want to do the filming?
All right.
Der Sound ist anders. Extreme Gaming UK. Danke.
That throttle, I'm just touching it. Jesus. I expect the clutch to drag a bit. It's not bad.
Die Frage ist nur, kann er irgendwie die Lenkung direkter machen, damit der Wendekreis nicht so gigantisch ist?
Yes. Along with the ultra-sensitive throttle, the clutch also had a razor-thin biting point. This new power plant was not exactly the most friendly thing I've ever driven. But pulling away was possible, and eventually I got to enjoy my test drive. But I didn't get to enjoy the full power today because of fueling issues.
Braucht eine
That would
Bildstabilisierung.
have to wait until tomorrow.
Nacht.
The following day I diagnosed
Morgen.
the fueling issue as an overly enthusiastic fuel pump, which I solved in a way that nobody cares about. The next problem to solve was that due to the regulator rectifier shipped with the engine being the wrong type, it put 65 volts through the 12-volt lighting system, blowing almost every light, which meant new lights off Amazon, which we combined with a luggage rack and license plate holder, which meant Nate had another chance to effortlessly over-engineer something. Nate 3D modelled it, added some lightning holes, and sent it to the laser cutter. I
Meine
decided
Fresse.
Nate's hexagonal lightning holes were pretty and correct, but they weren't quite engineering perfection, so I forced a design change.
All right.
Wow.
Perfect.
That's cool.
Nate continued to use hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment to make my luggage rack, and I set about fixing my lights. Long story short, I took apart the blown up ones, bought some 4-inch ones off Amazon and took them apart, and then mashed them together horrifically with indifference and Gorilla Tape. I then corrected the wiring issues in ways that people really don't care about, and ta-da! I've got lights again. We're getting there. Right, next on the list was fitting an oil cooler to stop the racing engine from melting. So, current plan is to take this transmission cooler and mount it behind the front grille, sort of there, so that it can cool down the engine. Because yesterday it got up to like 103 degrees, and even if I was doing like 40 miles an hour just riding around, it wasn't even cooling down, it was still getting hotter. So, definitely need more cooling, and hopefully this does the job. Okay, engineering level is increasing. We're now at a hydraulics place to try and sort this absolute madness out, to stop my engine from overheating and to get rid of all of this Chineseness. And by Chineseness, I mean the included Chinese oil coolers are sand casted, which means they're brittle, could crack at any moment, throwing all my engine oil over the floor and destroying my engine, and they're still full of the sand from the casting process, which will enter my engine and destroy it that way. And if you thought the Japanese would be better, look at the oil lines on their racing engine.
Because I'm thinking you could just almost, if you got a hold of that, you could just about pull it out.
Yeah, that's...
And it shouldn't spin like that.
Oil cooler fitting doesn't even have barbs.
There's no barb on it.
Madness. Right, well, let's do it properly.
Okay.
Are you okay with being on camera?
Sure.
Let's do it properly.
Sounds good. Cut this fitting, braze that into there, and then this fitting.
So this awesome dude brazed me together some custom fittings, and now I had oil lines and an oil cooler I could trust. I took my lovely new parts back to the workshop, drilled some holes in the front grille, got the little transmission cooler clamp thingies ready, inserted the oil cooler, cut the lines to length, and bingo! I now had an engine that wouldn't melt. Probably. Time for a test drive.
Folgendermaßen, der Daniel versteht was da gerade passiert, okay? Der Daniel hat früher mit seinem Papa zusammen ZZ1100 Motoren zusammengebaut, okay? Und das nicht zu wenig, okay? Und der Daniel ist zufälligerweise auch Mechaniker. Ich weiß nicht, ob ihr das wisst, ja? Aber ich bin ausgebildeter Industriemechaniker, Fachrichtung Feinwerkmechanik. Mit anderen Worten, ich weiß eine Menge, was da passiert. Ich habe noch nie einen Lasercutter verwendet, aber alles andere Technische, ja, wirklich. Vom Industriemechaniker zum Internet-Clown.
Time for Nate to have a go, and try to pull away. If you don't stall it, I'll be annoyed. Yeah! I'm happy. Otherwise it means I suck. It's a bitch, isn't it?
It really is.
Das Wörter. Ah! Würde ich nochmal zurückwechseln in den Job des Industriemechanikers? Nein. Ich erinnere mich noch, wie ich die Ausbildung fertig gemacht habe zum Industriemechaniker und mir dachte, ich möchte was anderes machen. Und dann habe ich nochmal mein Abitur nachgeholt und habe Physik studiert. Und währenddessen ich Physik studiert habe, den YouTube-Kanal gegründet. Und jetzt sind wir hier.
Dad is gonna beat you to death.
I expected to rattle my kidneys out by the time I get halfway.
Was willst du machen, wenn Twitch stirbt?
Yeah, that's
Zu
gonna be
YouTube
a pretty
gehen.
rough ride.
It's an assault on the senses, isn't it? Brutal.
And we're on pavement. It's not even bumpy.
What have I signed myself up for?
Nice.
Test drive completed. I spent the rest of the day tinkering with little bits and bobs, but just before bed, I really had to get something
Wenn
off
mein
my
Twitch
chest.
sterben würde, könnte ich wieder aufhören, mich mit solchen Gedanken zu konfrontieren.
And getting this finished, but I've got to take a moment to complain about probably the worst piece of Chinese engineering I've ever seen. So, first off it's a chain tensioner thingy to stop the chain from like slapping around inside too much, just making a bit of noise. This might not annoy you excessively, but if you're an engineer, prepare to throw your monitor out the window. So there's this pin that goes in to there, right, and it's clamped, except they've threaded both sides, which means that the bolt that goes in can't squeeze it. That doesn't do any squeezing. Then they've got this piece, and then you've got this piece that bolts to this piece using this M8 bolt, but the hole inside is just absolutely massive. But on one side, they've almost put a shouldered recess, but it's not, because that's a 45-degree chamfer. But you can't even use that chamfer because it has to bolt through that way. So that doesn't even make any sense. Then this bolts to this, basically, using the bolts that go through here, right? And the bolts that recess into that hole, but
Convex.
they don't have a shoulder recess. They've countersunk them, so it's got a 45-degree countersink, but it's got a straight bolt. So it does, and it's all crap.
Nee, du hast die falsche Schraube. Und du hast eine Drehmaschine, also los.
The following day was the final day of the build. It was just the remaining fiddly tasks like getting a throttle cable to work because it came out of the factory bent at a horrendous angle, and also trying not to throw up when I spotted that they'd cut the throttle stop too short, so they just welded a nut on the end to make it longer. But after blood...
Was bedeutet die 8.8, die da auf der Schraube draufsteht, Chat? Korrekt, das sagt an, wie viele Zug- und Scherkräfte diese Schraube aushält.
Wet tears and further disappointment with the world's second largest superpower.
Genau, die Zugfestigkeit und Schreckgrenze.
Final test drive.
So we're going to go for a quick test drive. Nate has got his buggy. I suppose actually, if you can just do the honours, sir, you can at least film how, because they don't have a reverse gear anymore.
Yeah.
But there is one advantage.
Kommt im Test dran übrigens, mal Notizen. Aber die 8.8 Schrauben sind, glaube ich, so. Ich glaube, es gibt noch 12 Punkt irgendwas, aber ich habe noch nie mein Leben gesehen. Es gibt immer nur 8.8.
There we are, so kind of a reverse gear.
Also zumindest die ich gesehen habe. Ah. Dann haben wir jetzt 10.8 noch. Okay. Nie mit eigenen Augen gesehen.
And yeah, when it's running, it's safe to say it's faster. A lot faster. And it now gets airborne over the train tracks.
Sweet. Wicked.
I can now power slide it one-handed and use opposite lock to correct the slide.
Ihr dürft den Kugelschreiber verwenden, um Sitz zu machen, ihr dürft euer Handy verwenden. Wir sind hier eine coole Klasse. Wicked!
And the brakes work well enough that you can effortlessly stop to pick up the chain tensioner that broke in half almost immediately.
It's all crap.
But apart from that, I now had a much faster Minijeep to tackle the mammoth challenge ahead of me. And with its 4-speed gearbox, 5-speed,
Oh, Ex-Luca, danke übrigens für die 2 Monate vor 3 Minuten.
much
Nicht
better for the
gesehen.
long distances that I would have to travel, and much more fun to do jumps in. So mission complete. I got to show off my fancy new turn signals one last time, and Nate and I headed back to the workshop for a debrief. And I'm never going to do this justice, but thank you so much, Nate, and to Foxfab Laser and Machine. I couldn't have done this without you. And I know you won't accept payment, but I'll do what I can.
But no, you've been awesome.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Glad I could help. Just paint us in a good picture.
Oh yeah, oh god, yeah, yeah, and then so.
Das ist mehr Bezahlung als alles andere, sind wir mal ganz ehrlich.
And yeah,
Nice.
so that rear rack is perfection.
Yeah. I think that'll do you real good.
No, but honestly, no, thank you so much.
Yeah, not a problem.
Absolute lifesaver.
Good luck on your trip. Send me some pictures while you're
Yep, no, will
on
do.
the way.
Yeah, so I'll see how we get on. And there is, as far as I can tell, there is no way across the middle of the lake, is there?
No.
Warum startet TOS? Wegen des Raumschiffs da unten? Oder wegen der Krone?
Let's bring up a map. I mean, I'm curious to see where you're going.
I don't know.
Next job, have my newly fitted lights pass a safety inspection.
Left, right, brake.
Have headlights?
Yes, got my safety certificates. I think something. Right, let's go and load up with all the camping gear and actually get moving. So the Jeep is almost ready to go. Got the box of tech. The tripod lives under there.
Cooler
The
Koffer.
oranges live on the tech. That's my bag with all my clothes in. That's the tool bag, or the oh fuck bag. And that's my
Wo's Zelt?
camping gear.
Ah.
And then we're going to have a fuel can there. That's a big one.
Das ist
And
wenig
a little
Campinggear.
mini fuel can under there. That is actually a fuel can.
Ah, yes. Now my rage has subsided, we can talk about this. Time to go and fill up the 10-litre fuel can. Time to take it off the Jeep. Time to remove the fuel cap? How do you remove the fuel
fake?
cap?
Das ist fake,
I mean,
oder was?
Pliers seem excessive.
Yeah, I don't think this is an actual fuel can.
$3.600.
Oh, hang on. Warning, do not store gasoline in this tank. This gas tank is for aesthetic purposes only. Storing gasoline in this tank can cause combustion due to its volatility, which leads to serious injury or death.
$3.600.
Do not remove the gas cap. No shit. As it is securely fastened and is not meant to be taken off. Do you want a fake fuel can? Well, answers that fucking question, doesn't it?
We'll buy a fuel can later. For now, it's time to finish the build.
Wie nennt sich sowas?
There we are.
Sitzkugeln oder so?
We're at peak Chinese now. Oh yeah. It's the, should protect the gooch. Yeah, this is not genuine leather, surprisingly, and that will be very, very sweaty.
Eine Massagesitzauflage. Ach, schön.
I think we're ready.
Ready. Hasse dich so sehr, dass das Video endet. Nur so nebenbei.
I think I've got about 150 miles now until the next fuel station.
Go on then, now it's time to see how much fuel I've got left.
I'm fucked.
I asked one of the guys just about like the road up ahead, and he said I might need to speak to somebody about some unexploded ordnance.
Yeah, you shouldn't be here.
Ah. Erstmal A, wirklich mieser. The Minijeep plus the engine cost $5,000. GG, gute Arbeit. Wir springen rein, Chat. Wir schauen uns ein gutes Video an von Ed. Das ist der zweite Teil von wer weiß wie vielen Teilen. Und er will durch MOAB, das ist in den USA, mit einem Mini-Geländewagen fahren. Und den sehen wir hier.
Previous episode of me being an idiot, you saw me buy the Minijeep and giggle
Hast
a
du
lot at
Lautstärke?
the idea of driving it 1,000 miles off-road across Utah,
Bisschen
take
leiser,
out the
glaub
old
ich.
slow engine, out with 8 horsepower, fit the super fast racing engine,
And in with 25 horsepower.
and discover that the fuel can that came with the Minijeep is
laut.
fake. And now the journey begins. The total route is about 1,000 miles,
so hell.
with the first section being 180 miles between fuel stops. I estimate we'll do about 30 miles per gallon, so it's time to see how many gallons the Minijeep can hold.
Captain Einsicht 1001.
1. It holds 1 gallon.
I am fucked.
While I tried to work out a solution, being in the USA, I had friendly people gather around me to offer advice.
I'm driving to Moab.
Oh my god.
Got like 1,000 miles off.
Ich möchte mich übrigens einmischen, Chat, ja. Eine Sache, wisst ihr, warte ich schon mal in Amerika, so als Gast, als Tourist oder so? Ich war da 2-mal mittlerweile, das erste Mal nur wenige Tage und das zweite Mal zum Glück ein bisschen länger. Aber ich hatte, der allererste Kulturschock, den ich in Amerika hatte, war, wie einfach und vor allen Dingen auch wie normal das ist, mit Fremden zu reden. Und ich rede nicht irgendwie so über ein tiefes Gespräch oder so, aber ich habe das Gefühl gehabt, man wird ständig angequatscht von Leuten. Und alle Leute sind quasi up for a chat, so, wisst ihr? Man kann mit allen Leuten reden. Wenn ich das hier in Deutschland machen würde, ich glaube, es würde nicht so gut funktionieren wie in Amerika. War schon gruselig. Okay, weiter.
You're gonna die.
Before being invited back to these two people's house, where they gave me a 5-gallon main tank and a 1-gallon super reserve tank.
Crazy nice.
And I've totally lost your number, awesome people, so I'm so sorry I couldn't message you to say thank you or let you know that I'm still alive. However, as I drove these first few miles around town, the slightly dodgy gearbox in the racing engine from the previous video had gone from having the occasional false neutral to one in almost every gear change, and would probably soon break completely. And as you'll soon see, a breakdown on the route I'm taking to Moab.
Okay, hier schreibt jemand, das geht überall. Natürlich kann man überall mit Leuten quatschen. Auch hier in Deutschland kann ich mit jedem quatschen und ich hätte Mini-Smalltalk, das wäre nicht cringy. Was ich damit sagen möchte ist, in Amerika war der Smalltalk so natürlich. Ich will damit sagen, dass mir das so vorkam, als wenn die das öfter machen. Nicht nur hin und wieder, sondern als wenn die das quasi bei jedem Tank, egal, keine Ahnung, was auch immer, weiter. Hey,
Has the
scheiße.
potential to be deadly. So long story short, after a lot of thinking, I found a friendly mechanic called Matthew, and in 4 hours we took the racing engine out and put the original slow one back in. And to be honest, I never should have taken the old one out. The semi-auto clutch is so much easier to use.
I can hold it in a position on the clutch, and I can now just like, I'm going to pull away. What a moron. Why did I put a racing engine in? Yes, viewers, I was an idiot. You were probably right.
Lass die Racing Engine drin.
Oh, I was supposed to walk out of shot.
The following morning, to enable uninterrupted driving, I ran a fuel line from the engine in the front, drilled a hole in the 5-gallon tank in the rear, poked the fuel line through the hole, and wanked it off. Ta-da! Direct feed to the engine from the huge fuel tank. Final job, head to the DMV, where it appears news of my stupid journey has spread around town.
So you think you're gonna make it?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Window
Hit
closed.
the plate, and get one last huge dose of calories before I head off into the unknown.
Napo, schick mir den Link. Schick mir den Link zu dem Video. Napo schreibt gerade, er hat in einer Achtung-Kontrolle-Folge jemand mit einem Muna 7 Pulli gesehen. Zeig mir die Person. Ich möchte sehen, wie Muna 7 Zuschauer aussehen.
Yes.
Hey, you want to take a picture? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, go for it.
Alright, enjoy the food.
Cool, cheers.
Have a good one.
With my last supper on board, it's time to head off into the unknown. And it is unknown. I don't know my fuel range, I don't know the terrain ahead, I've only got a vague idea of a route. All I do know is 1,000 miles in a Minijeep is a very stupid idea. Excellent.
Oh, wird er erschossen?
I got behind you and I was like, oh, a Jeep. And I'm like, wait a minute.
It's not really far away. It's actually really small.
These are small, but the ones out there are far away.
Britischer Humor.
Great day. That is awesome. Custom built?
No, you can buy them for like $3,000 and just go to the DMV, get a license plate, and look like a twat. It's brilliant.
I love that.
Cool. Have a good day.
Fun fact, I eat a McDonald's large fries in 5 mouthfuls. And if you want thrilling footage, check out this camera angle of me eating a burger.
Wow.
Had to drive 30 miles on tarmac to the...
Boah, können wir kurz über den Burger reden? Ich habe gerade gegessen, ja. Aber ich weiß nicht warum. Aus irgendeinem Grund habe ich heute so einen Tag, ich habe Bock auf richtig ekelerregendes Junkfood. Wisst ihr, was ich meine? Ich weiß, es ist nichts Gutes oder so. Aber ich meine, meine Geschmacksknospen sagen was anderes.
Tarmac to the start of the off-roading, okay? I'm gonna struggle to make this interesting.
Es ist nicht gut, überhaupt nicht.
Sing. There's a big hill made of rocks. There's a big lake made of salt. There's a moderately steep hill coming up and he's only got 8 horsepower. Eventually the road ran out and dirt beat.
Ich bin ganz ehrlich, Alter, solche Arten von Straßen fehlen mir in Deutschland. Oder allgemein diese Weitläufigkeit. Das ist so winzig hier. Aber guck dir das an, Alter. Einfach eine Straße ins Nichts. Geil. Guck dir das an. Oh mein Gott, just say, oh mein Gott. Hot.
And our well-endowed adventurer started off-road without a plan. He wrote these lyrics. The trail went on for miles to the setting sun. Poor suspension causing piles to his very sore bum.
Yeah! Ooh, look me, I got bounced out of the seat. These brakes do not work.
He don't know where he's going, barely knows where he's gone. The only thing we're certain of is he's a moron. A moron. Hey, hang on a minute. I was now at the northernmost part of the Great Salt Lake, but having already done 60 miles, I didn't know if I had enough fuel for the vaguely 150 miles through the desolation zone to the next fuel station. So I drove 20 miles in the opposite direction on the world's straightest road to fuel up.
Where are you coming from?
Salt Lake, basically.
You drove that from Salt Lake?
I'm driving down to Moab.
You are? Can I take your picture? You are an adventurer. Sorry to bust.
No worries too. So, SatNav says I've done 81 miles. So this is where we see how much fuel I've used. So that means 30 miles per gallon. The 5-gallon tank on the back will get me 150 miles. No way. And then this one will get me another 30, so that's 180 miles. And then the reserve one underneath the hood, that gets me up to 210 miles. That's awesome. Good work, Willie.
Oh yes, I forgot to mention, the Jeep has now been named. He is called Willie.
Willie.
So I jumped on Willie and headed off.
Jump on his Willie.
I only rode Willie a little bit more that night, popping a few miles north to cross the Idaho border off the list, before turning round, driving for 1 hour back the way I'd just come, and finding a camping spot for the night, fully fueled up and ready to tackle the desolation zone tomorrow. But in the morning...
Well...
In the morning, danke Glisten für den Resub, danke Mr. Puddel und Max La Bestia. Ich hoffe, ich habe Captain Einsicht vorgelesen und Double Strike. Vielen lieben Dank. Was los, Ed?
Top 10 mysteries of my life. This is definitely one of them. I was just waking up in my tent, and you can see I'm in the absolute middle of nowhere.
Nice.
There is nothing.
Nice.
And just as I was waking up and sort of laying there, I could hear water flowing. Well, this is a desert. What's that about? And yeah, it turns out that fuel line was off, and so what I could hear was my petrol pouring out onto the floor. And I've been at this campgrounds now for about 9 hours, and it was still pouring out at full speed. So just as I was waking up, that fuel line popped off. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that somebody pulled it off so that all my fuel would drain out, but well, that's not a thing, is it? I think I've got about 150 miles now until the next fuel station. So
oh shit,
that only
man.
left me with like 60 miles in reserve. So if I lost...
Fährt jetzt noch was zur Tankstelle? Oh mein Gott.
2 gallons, I've got to do something. Well, go on then. Now it's time to see how much fuel I've got left. Ow. I just smiled then and my lip split. It's quite dry here. It is... Oh.
Almost empty.
I'm fucked. It's like there. In that.
Albtraum.
What the fuck is going on? How does a fuel line pop off? Oh, right.
Danke bei Pabo für die 23.
I think I've got enough to go back to the fuel station I was at last night.
Und wieder zurück.
Oh, brilliant. That's like 2 hours lost.
Können wir kurz über eine Sache reden, Chat? Wie fühlt ihr euch über die Tours, ja? Stellt euch vor, ihr habt einen Roadtrip und ihr fahrt mit eurem Auto irgendwo hin oder so, ja? Ja, ihr habt einen Führerschein jetzt. Ja, ihr habt ein Auto jetzt. Ja, ihr fahrt mit dem Auto irgendwo her. Ich persönlich, Chat, wenn ich irgendwo hinfahre, dann werde ich selbst nervös, wenn ich an einem Rastplatz anhalten muss. Weil ich das Gefühl habe, die anderen Autos überholen mich wieder. Die ich überholt habe auf der Autobahn. Aber noch viel schlimmer ist, wenn ich am Abend zuvor vorbereitet habe zu tanken, dann irgendwie 1 Stunde in eine Richtung gefahren bin, um von da aus weiterzufahren, wieder die Stunde zurückzufahren. Das wäre sehr frustrierend für mich. Aber hey.
Right. I'm gonna pack up camp.
Wie seht ihr das?
Then head back that way. Bollocks.
Well, there's no one out here to help me, so it's time to pack up camp and see if I can make it back to civilization on my very limited fuel.
Ja, stimmt, er hat kein richtiges Ziel.
If any of you want to meet
Gehört
me
alles zum
there,
Abenteuer.
I don't want to show off or anything, but I'm actually in the top 1% of men for being able to fold up pop-up tents. Send nudes and PayPal donations to ed.march@c90adventures.co.uk.
Oh, and if you want a little behind the scenes of how you get a tripod to stay up in these winds,
Note.
you hang your backpack off the hook in the middle of it. So it's
Clever.
nice and strong.
Anyway, time to get moving. I had 20 miles to redo on the world's straightest road.
Danke, Schicki, für die 500 Bits. Ja, du hast das Mod-Interview bestanden. Vielen lieben Dank. Vor allem jetzt, wo du gespendet hast. Willkommen im Team.
Luckily, my incredibly limited fuel got me back to civilization, so I got to refuel and experience some more friendly Americans.
Hello, Amelia.
How's it going?
Going good. This thing's sweet.
Cheers.
How far are you going with it?
I'm driving it to MOAB,
Okay.
so I've got about 1,000 miles to go.
Going on the freeway with it?
What planet do you think? I'd say this on the
Say,
freeway.
what's the top speed of this bad boy?
I've got some toe straps. How long will it take you? Another couple days?
I'm planning for 7 days in total.
7?
So it's about 150 miles a day.
Erinnert euch, als ich meinte, man kommt leicht in Smalltalk in Amerika. Diese Art von Gespräche hatte ich so circa an jeder Tankstelle, an jedem Rastplatz, in jedem Fastfood-Restaurant, überall immer. An jeden Stopp, wo ich war, wurde ich angequatscht von Amis.
Cool, cheers.
Cheers.
Right, fueled up, ready to head back the way I came. Exactly the same scenario, except it's later, and I now have pizza.
Okay, das letzte Mal, dass ich hier in Deutschland angequatscht wurde, Chat, war im Supermarkt von einem älteren Herrn, der meinte, dass die Preise hier alle so hoch sind und dass das total entsetzlich wäre. Und dann hat er die beiden Hände genommen und hat so gemacht und meinte, wir werden ausgequetscht. Und ich wusste nicht, was ich sagen soll, also bin ich awkward weggegangen. Pizza.
Look, I don't know what to tell you. It's another 20 miles.
Ah, und ich wurde von meinen Nachbarn angesprochen auf die Gaspreise. Und das Gespräch, Chat, muss leise sein, das Gespräch war so unangenehm, dass immer, wenn mein Nachbar jetzt da ist und ein Gespräch mit mir anfangen will, ich teilweise recht unhöflich das Gespräch beende, weil ich nicht nochmal in so ein Gespräch verwickelt werden möchte wie das. Das hat mich verfolgt, den ganzen Tag, weil es so unangenehm war. Und vor allen Dingen, währenddessen er über die Sachen gesprochen hat, wurde er immer wütender und lauter. Und ich hatte das Gefühl, am Ende war er wütend auf mich. Seitdem rede ich nicht mehr mit ihm. Okay, weiter.
I was with nothing to look at but my pizza. Oh, actually, there was a turning.
Whoa.
And then another 10 miles of straight road. But don't worry, because after 2 hours of off-roading, there was some excitement.
Sorry für die nächste Pause. Chat, erzählt mir von euren letzten Smalltalk, in den ihr verwickelt worden seid. Was war das für ein Smalltalk?
There was a sign informing me that there was once something exciting here. A train station. But it's now gone. Oh, and you know what's also now gone? The electricity from the battery in the Minijeep.
Oh my god.
Right, new problem. I was charging the drone battery directly off of the vehicle while I was moving because my little UPS box doesn't want to power the charger. And now...
Kann er nicht mehr die Karre
don't have
anmachen.
enough beans to start it. So, can you bump start a Minijeep? How do you do this? Right. Helmet off, because it's pretty warm. This doesn't start. Over here, there's a little tourist sign saying that there was an old railway station here. I haven't seen a person all day.
Okay, ich bin ganz ehrlich, das ist mega cool. Tomahawk schreibt, ich wurde gestern am Bahnhof von jemandem angesprochen, der gerade aus dem Gefängnis entlassen wurde. War ein ziemlich tolles Gespräch. Das klingt hochinteressant, Alter. Das ist cooler Smalltalk.
Like, absolutely no sign of life. So, come on, Willie. And also, I'm going to bump start it. It's going to be in gear, but as long as the idle doesn't rocket off, then Willie won't just fuck off over the horizon.
Oh boy.
Right.
Ich wiederhole, der Typ hat keine Akkuladung mehr, der hat keine Batterie mehr. Der kann die Karre nicht mehr starten. Die ist schon an? Das wäre fast so einfach. Wow.
If you want an idea of what I'm actually doing right now, it's this. Well, that's a nice thing to learn. This is quite comfy, actually. Right, well, I can't be a moron and film at the same time, unfortunately. Well, that's not very flattering.
Nasenhaare.
That's the wrong way round, Ed. Goodbye.
I continued my journey like this, with my trousers hanging out of Willie, which is a first, giggling away like a child, until I met a pothole.
Ah, fuck me! That's a bump.
I then reverted to driving the normal way, like some sort of loser, and started following the train tracks.
Fuck me.
Where I could, of course.
Ah. No motor vehicles on the bridge.
Was
Luckily, though,
Vertebrae?
the Minijeep is surprisingly capable off-road, and I promise you this slope is much steeper in real life.
Wirbel. Cool.
I continued acting like I was 5 years old and slowly made my way across Utah. I'll tell you what isn't slow though, the speed that you've got to turn the steering wheel to keep this thing going in a straight line on these narrow tracks. But as long as you have quick reactions and a good feel for understeer, it's not really anything to worry about. And neither is trying to keep your average speed up once you've got used to terrible Chinese handling. It's actually quite fun. Navigating at the moment was fairly easy, as I could just follow this dead straight road. But leaving this graded trail was proving rather difficult due to the Second Amendment.
Americans, I know you love your gardens, and that's cool with me, but can you stop shooting the signs that tell me if I'm allowed to be where I am? Because I'm pretty sure that this is like an entrance, and you're allowed to go onto the salt flats here. There's lots of trails and stuff, but like, I don't know what that says anymore. Stop shooting them!
I avoided that salt flat, carried on, and remained unsure if I could enter any other salt flat.
Ich hatte mir mal einen Mietwagen geholt in Amerika, 2019, als ich da war. Und der Typ an der Autovermietungsstelle meinte, dass ich damit auf jeden Fall nicht Offroad fahren soll. Und ich konnte mich auch zusammenreißen, bis ich die erste Salt Flat gesehen habe, wie da. Und da bin ich Offroad gefahren. Aber es ist nichts passiert.
Progress through the desolation zone was going well, until this metallic clattering noise appeared, which got louder.
Seid ihr schon mal Offroad gefahren? Das ist mega nice, man. Also so aus der Wüste.
Time to investigate.
Well, let's get the tools out, because I think calling AA is going to help.
I looked underneath to investigate what I thought was the chain rubbing.
The noise is not the chain rubbing, it's something a bit more major than that. It is
the chain guards just flopping around on the floor. And it has just clean broken off those welds.
I can just remove the chain guard, but then my chain is just completely exposed to any rocks. And the ground clearance is...
Jetzt sind wir im Bindfahren und binden das fest.
About 10 inches.
Was sind 10 Inches? Keine Ahnung, wie groß ein Inch ist. So viel? 2,5 Zentimeter oder so?
What have we got? 10, 12. Hello. And 12. One of them. Well, we
so ein
can
Penis-Joke? Oh, ist das so?
Just off-roading is now very dodgy. And just in case you want an update, still no one. Haven't seen another human being today after leaving the gas
Traumhaft,
station.
ernsthaft.
Hopefully, nothing else breaks that I can't fix.
And by fix, I mean just remove it and hide it behind the seat so I can't see it. I'm an engineer.
Problem gelöst.
Will it make it to Moab? Well, Ed, will it? I don't know. I mean, will I make it to Moab? I hope so. Still got a gallon of water. That's the reserve. I've got 2 litres before I hit that. Not looking great though, is it? Got enough food for 2 days. We'll have to see.
Yo, Tube für den Resub. Danke Skurril und Thomas.
Don't make me set fire to you in the desert. Onwards, I guess.
Musik.
And away!
Willie and I carried on our journey, trying to find our way around the Great Salt Lake, which was proving rather difficult because there's no reliable maps of this area, even to buy online. We headed down a narrowing peninsula with salt either side of us, hoping to find a way through.
Oh, was ist das? Private property.
Annoying. I thought that was a really cool way across the Salt Lake. Because if you zoom in, there's a little slither.
Time to turn around and use up more precious fuel, going back the way I just came.
Komm schon, fahr einfach durch. Kriegt keiner mit?
So we drove back, took a different turning. I had an Altoid to make myself feel better, and nearly crashed the Jeep, driving no-handed doing so.
Was ist das? Ist das so ein Großmutter-Candy oder so? Die Box sieht zumindest so aus, als wenn sie aus 1950 ist.
We did eventually find a route through, but it was narrow and rocky, which meant more pain for me. But you've just got to keep on moving. The only way I'm getting out of here is to carry on pushing forwards. Quite hard when the Minijeep keeps trying to bugger off in random directions.
Danke, Doc Scurvy. Danke, Mr. Crackpot. SU, Balpabo.
Getting lower. It's nearly 40 degrees, and I'm starting to wish I was dead. Here's a tripod shot to help you appreciate just what I'm putting myself through.
Ich liebe die Gegend da. Voll.
And no, I really don't care if you think this shot is uncomfortably long. I want you to feel my pain. After hours and hours and nearly 100 miles of lonely desolation, I popped up over a hill and saw my first sign that humans still inhabit this planet. A train. I slowly bounced my way towards it before I discovered another sign of modern life. A smooth dirt road, which was quite a surprise to me.
So I'm nearly at the train and then I come across this graded road, which is not on any map at all. Who put this here? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Correction, it is on a map, I just didn't notice it. Yeah, I'm really grumpy because I think one of my kidneys has fallen out. Right, onwards.
Things were looking good. The surface was now smooth enough that I was only moderately concerned about prolapsing, and I was about to get something interesting to look at.
Mal den Zug an. Cool. Aus irgendeinem Grund habe ich diese smarten Wasserflaschen auch gehabt in Amerika. Ich weiß gar nicht warum. Sieht schon gemütlich aus. Oh nein.
Well, time to flick over the switch under the bonnet and continue using the currently half-empty tank 2 and carry on.
Hey Chat, das ist mal wieder so ein klassischer Moment, wo ich von dem Video auf mich schließen muss und euch erzählen möchte, Chat, als ich das allererste Mal meinen Führerschein hatte, war das nicht fürs Auto, sondern fürs Motorrad. Und an den Tag, wo ich meinen Führerschein bekommen habe, bin ich mit dem Motorrad auf die Autobahn gefahren. Und ich dachte mir so, jetzt fahre ich mit dem Motorrad. Laggen wir? Nein, oder? Holy shit. Jetzt fahre ich mit dem Motorrad, soweit ich kann. Und da bin ich auf eine Autobahn gefahren und bin so lange in eine Richtung gefahren, wie ich nur konnte. Und dann irgendwann war mein Tank auf der Autobahn leer. Und das war das erste und letzte Mal, dass mein Tank leer war von irgendeiner Art von Fahrzeug. Das war eine Lektion. Ich habe es dann rausgeschoben übrigens aus der Autobahn. Ich hab dann meine Eltern angerufen und mein Papa meinte, ich kriege eine Anzeige, wenn die Polizei kommt. Und dann dachte ich mir so, ich kriege keine Anzeige. Und dann habe ich das Ding von der Autobahn geschoben, relativ gefährlich, möchte ich anmerken, und habe das dann auftanken lassen bei einem Autohaus. Da bin ich hingegangen, habe gemeint, hallo, haben Sie Benzin? Und die so, ja, muss aber bezahlen, ne? Ich so, ja, kein Problem, ich habe keins mehr. Und dann durfte ich weiterfahren. Okay, weiter. Come on, ihr hattet auch schon mal keinen Sprit, oder? Das ist normal.
Well, today had gone surprisingly well, all things considered, so time for a celebratory Altoid, which requires 2 hands to open and eat. But there's no time to waste. I've been following this train line for 2 hours already, and I'd like to find a campground before sunset. So I'm just going to carry on in my own little happy world, slowly bumbling across Utah.
Nee, war aber knapp. Na gut. Seitdem war ich paranoia vor der Reservespritlampe. Und da steht, dass ich noch so 30 Kilometer habe. Das heißt 3 bei mir.
Oh, and Schubeth, if you're watching this, I do still love my 6-year-old E1 helmet, but it's getting to the age now where it's having trouble keeping it up. So, gonna have a new one? Over the next few hours, the light faded, and eventually a turning appeared, and I was able to set up camp for the night. With my bed made, I quickly inspected my remaining fuel, got a tad worried about how little I had left, before getting into my tent. Worrying about getting to safety can wait until the morning.
Good morning.
Ich sehe, was du schreibst.
I haven't seen my reflection for like 2 days now, so God knows what I'm starting to look like. Just about to get up and head off. All my batteries are all charged, memory cards backed up, and yeah, that's that. I can't smell fuel, so hopefully Willy is not leaked everywhere.
Ich habe eine kurze Frage an euch, Chat. Wenn er da inmitten der Wüste ist, wie backt er seine SD-Karte von der GoPro ab? Also wie macht er ein Backup von den Aufnahmen der SD-Karte? Ich überlege gerade ganz stark, wie soll er das machen ohne Laptop oder so? Wie kann man, er hat gerade gemeint, he backed up his SD-Cards. Er braucht einen Laptop, oder? Oder vielleicht Handy, aber welches Handy hat so viel internen Speicher? SD-Karten-Switch, sowas gibt es? Adapter für Handy? Es gibt Festplatten dafür, wirklich? Kopierstation, echt jetzt? Wie heißen die? Also wie ist der technische Name? Ja, aber ich glaube, Handy und dann Cloud. Ja, okay, die sind in Amerika, ne? Ich denke immer in Deutschland, Chat. Hier in Deutschland kannst du mit mobilen Internet nicht machen, aber in Amerika ist alles möglich.
And yeah, I've got about 2 gallons left, I think, which means we've got a range of about 60 miles, and I think the town is 50 miles away, according to my route. So if the going is easy, I'll make it. If the going is not easy, I might run out of fuel, and I might be walking. I didn't anticipate just how barren and empty this place is. I haven't seen a single human the whole of yesterday. Didn't hear anybody last night. So yeah. Wish me luck. I'm going to get up and yeah, head off.
So, no possibility of any help of any kind, and what do you not want to happen?
Well, here's a reason why you don't have all your eggs in one basket. This is my only container of water, my 1 gallon bottle of it, and I was noticing that stuff was getting like wet.
Awesome camera work, and here's my butt.
Turns out it's actually got a pinhole in it. There. You'll see how much I can decant into my bottles that aren't filled with rubbish. And yeah, fingers crossed. I don't leak all my water out.
Einfach Kopfüber jetzt hinstellen. Ganz einfach.
So I'll
Dampf ein bisschen aus, aber ansonsten. Ja, eben. Ja, gute Idee.
This one should be okay.
Ja, easy.
Oh.
Smelling
Stinkt
pretty ripe now.
Ah.
This trouser leg is barely a trouser leg anymore. But it's sort of hanging in there.
Screw it, another shameless request. If you sell motorcycle gear and you'd like, Jesus, millions of people to see me wearing your gear, I need new trousers.
Check the campground. Nothing left. Let's roll.
Ey, brauche ich irgendwas Neues? Lass mich kurz nachdenken. Ich hätte gerne einen 4090. Oh mein Gott, was ist das? Oh! Ist es etwa die 4090, die ich mir gewünscht habe? Oh mein Gott, danke! Ich wusste, sie ist hier. Okay, lass uns weiter streamen.
Will we make it on the fuel we have? Oh, wish me luck. Eventually these corrugations are going to destroy Willie.
Ich muss einen Menschen finden, den ich genauso liebevoll halte wie die 4090. Sch, 4090. Hör nicht auf den Chat. Hör nicht auf den Chat. Sind nur neidisch.
Well, that's the main tank done, which means we're now on to the ultimate reserve.
Schenkt die deiner Mom? Oh mein Gott, glaubt ihr, meine Mom wird die 4090 feiern? Gute Idee. Ich glaube, wenn ich das meiner Mutter schenken würde, wüsste die gar nicht, was ich ihr da schenke, Mann. Sorry für die Pause, aber ich wollte die 4090 in Sicherheit bringen. Ihr versteht sicherlich. Auf.
Bit light. Not scripted. That's wet. Okay, phew. Right. Yeah, that was actually quite nerve-wracking because this is where I am. Still haven't seen a human. Right. Okay. Well, that's the final gallon. And I'm very sorry to anybody that is actually metric, basically like myself. Everything I'm buying is in gallons, so hopefully this last 3.8 litres gets me to civilization. Flat battery again. Turns out
Ich habe die Grafikkarte bezahlt, Chat. Also falls ihr euch fragt, wofür ich eure Prime-Subs benutze, wie zum Beispiel den von Dirk Sturvey, Tube oder Skurril, zum Beispiel um eine neue Grafikkarte zu kaufen. Cottonmouth Joe, danke für die 14 und Dankeschön Fries Gaming für die 7. Vielen lieben Dank. Die Grafikkarte ist noch nicht eingebaut. Ich warte noch auf den Wasserkühler. Der Wasserkühler wird aber gerade erst produziert. Im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes. Irgendwann innerhalb dieses Monats bekomme ich den zugesendet und dann wird direkt alles eingebaut.
So the generator just can't keep up.
Laut deren Aussage am 16. aber... Range, Bruder, danke. Danke, MOAB. Ein bisschen leiser. Hallo, Chat. 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 Ah. Nichts. Es gibt sogar einen Auflege. Bye.
And after 2 days and 170 miles of loneliness, I finally saw a sign of life, which had been shot at. And then I saw lots of signs of life. There were cars and a town.
Houses! People!
Wow.
Fuel, food, water, a toilet, everything I need. Fuel station. Made it to a fuel station. And I'm guessing I'm in Nevada now. There's a drunk person on the road and casino. Made it.
And to say I was cutting it close with my fuel is a bit of an understatement.
And how much did I make it with? Not a lot. So, there. Yep. Just cutting it closer.
With 7 gallons of fuel inside my 7 gallons of fuel tank, I headed off to get another enormous dose of calories and find a comfortable seat.
Zeig uns, was du isst.
Jesus.
And inside, I backed up my camera footage and got ready for the next leg of the adventure.
Denke, Chat, jetzt ist beantwortet, wie er die SD-Karte gebackupt hat, oder? Ah, hier ist sogar das Hub-Dings, die Bumsi. Was ist das hier für ein Ding? Ach, das ist ein iPad, ne? Das ist gar kein MacBook oder so, das ist ein Pad. Ja, check.
Adventure.
Alle gucken das Ding an.
Hello and welcome to a ship in the middle of the Atlantic.
Mach mich nicht fertig, Alter. Komm mal, ich will weiter gucken. Nein!
Laptop's not broken.
Ich war gerade so im Vibe. Oh, mad. Ich weiß, was wir uns angucken. Uns das hier an, Chat. Das ist die 3. Folge davon. Untertitel: Englisch Vereinigtes Königreich, automatisch übersetzen auf. Wo ist Deutsch? Deutsch? Okay, Chat. Der gute Mann hier ist, wie heißt der noch gleich? Ed heißt der. Und der ist in der MOAB Wüste mit einem winzigen kleinen Jeep und fährt damit durch die Gegend. Let's go. Oh. Das ist der Minijeep.
I to do 1000 miles off-road.
Nice Untertitel übrigens.
Adventure, and over the first 250 miles, discovered that this 8 horsepower catastrophe is painful, abysmal, and moronic fun. Day 3 continues. With both me and Willie refueled, I left civilization and headed off once again into the open expanses of Utah and found a quiet back road through the salt flats.
Übel geil.
Unfortunately though, this road hit a dead end. Well, that's not strictly true. You see, this road didn't just end at any salt flats, it ended at the Bonneville Salt Flats.
Ich war nicht in der Salt Flat, als ich in Amerika war, Chat, aber ich war in Death Valley. Und Death Valley ist so eine Wüste, wo irgendwie so Temperaturen weit über 40 Grad gemessen worden sind. Das ist eine richtig tote Wüste. Und ich bin da mit dem Mietwagen auch geoffroadet, Chat, auch über genau so eine freie Fläche. Die war genauso frei wie hier. Komplett frei. Ich weiß noch, wie ich den Mietwagen geholt habe und die gesagt haben, but no Offroading. Und dann musste ich auch was unterschreiben, no Offroading. Und dann, Chat, Alter, als ich die Salt Flat oder als ich diese Flat gesehen habe, musste ich offroaden. Übel geil, Chat. Wenn ihr mal in Amerika seid, offroadet auf jeden Fall.
Over 40 square miles of dead flat salt, home to 630-mile-an-hour world land speed records, Burt Monroe and the world's fastest Indian, and now me, with 8 horsepower. Still, it's a very special place, and very pretty.
Hey, yo, Bro, ey, du musst dein Video besser abmischen. Jetzt da gerade 57 Grad Celsius. Sehr britisch.
Accidentally put it on 2 wheels instead of power sliding, so we're going to stop this before it goes very wrong.
Sieht so flach aus.
All good things must come to an end, and it was time to leave the salt flats, get back on tarmac, and continue our journey.
Das ist halt echt wunderschön, Mann. Ich vermisse Amerika ein bisschen, Chat. Irgendwie vermisse ich auch das Reisen, wenn ich das sehe. Als ich durch Norwegen gefahren bin, Chat, habe ich so viele Dopamin-Kicks bekommen. Permanent war alles so nice, alles war so aufregend, Alter. Irgendwie vermisse ich das, Chat. Ich vermisse auch irgendwie einfach rauszugehen und so warmen Wind um meine Nase zu spüren und in den Haaren und so. Ah, wann ist wieder Sommer, Chat?
I then filled up the fuel tanks and bought Willie a new sticker to celebrate achieving the land speed record for the slowest speed ever achieved with a petrol engine.
Yeah!
With the sun setting, it was time to climb on Willie, that's not funny, and head off to find a camping spot for the night. And after 3 days and 300 miles...
Übrigens, Chat, wenn ihr an so einer Tankstelle steht in Amerika, ne? Also übrigens, ganz nebenbei, hieß es nicht, dass hier Untertitel sein sollten und die sollen automatisch übersetzt werden? Weil ich sehe keinen automatisch übersetzten Untertitel, deswegen machen wir das jetzt so. So, amerikanischen Tankstellen-Chat. Übrigens, sobald du an so ein Ding dran stehst und versuchst zu tanken, kommt eine Werbung übrigens, die übertrieben laut ist. Und du kannst die Werbung nicht muten, oder ich hab's nicht hinbekommen, Chat, Alter. Und dann stehst du da und wirst quasi vollgeplärt von der Werbung, währenddessen du versuchst zu tanken. Super nice auf jeden Fall.
Of Willie. Okay, that does sound bad. Look, it's a rough ride, alright?
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. What was that?
Und so wie es da aussieht, sieht es überaus aus in Amerika, Chat. Alles flach, alles groß.
So yes, this wasn't exactly the comfiest journey I've ever done, and this is best conveyed by the noises I was now regularly making as I got in and out.
Right.
Ich glaube, da läuft auch gerade eine Werbung, Chat, wenn ihr genauer hinguckt, aber die macht keinen Krach.
So...
Noch wieder ein bisschen lauter.
It is south and then left for 50 miles. That is a very straight road. Fully stocked up on water. Got an apple and a banana. That's reverse. That's forwards. No. You're an idiot.
Das ist halt überall sind Salzflecken an der Tankstelle. Guck dir das mal an. Liegt halt über Salz.
Oh, it has been a long day.
Die Windschutzscheibe ist ein bisschen angesplittert.
That's my apple. And now I've got shockers laughing at me. Still good. Apple and banana down there. Can't fall out.
I finally headed off and ate my apple before I lost it again, and started the 50-mile dead straight journey down the old frontage road alongside the interstate. Now you would think this dead straight road would be nice and relaxing, but no. Since the interstate was built, road maintenance here completely stopped, which means some parts are still smooth, and some parts are very bumpy, which causes my Schubert helmet to collapse. Come on Schubert, send me a new helmet, I know you watch these videos. And some parts are so bumpy that they cause the Minijeep to leave the road, me to leave the camera shot, and if I didn't have hold of the steering wheel, I'd leave the Jeep altogether. Annoyed with my helmet continually falling down, I took it off to enjoy the sunset without a scratched visor ruining it. Before I bravely attempted to eat a banana, well aware that I was just one bump away from it poking my eye out.
Fällt mir übrigens auch ein, Chat, als ich dann in Death Valley war auch das allererste Mal, dass ich ohne einen Helm Motorrad gefahren bin. Das war bei der Shooting Range, Chat, da konnte man mit so Cross-Motorrädern fahren. Das war übrigens ein ziemlich nice Gefühl, Chat. Ich weiß nicht, ob ihr jemals irgendwie wirklich schnell mit Motorrad ohne Helm gefahren seid, aber das ist Freiheit. Oh, schönes Gefühl.
Or instantly teaching me to deep throat. Luckily though, the road got smoother when the potholes started getting filled in by sand dunes, then the sunset, and I navigated by a head torch for a bit so I could divert all the Minijeep's power to recharging the drone batteries. Eventually I completed the 50 miles of frontage road and turned down the side road to find a campground. With my batteries charged, I could now use my headlights again, and I drove for a bit more before setting up camp for the night.
Good morning. My ass hurts, not just because I've been riding Willy all day. I set up my camp here, just off the side of the trail, and everything was good. And then as I looked over towards the sun this morning, just over there, I noticed I actually put my tent on an ant's nest. And I can confirm.
Yeah.
That they really hurt if they bite you on the ass. I've got to pack up and head off and hopefully not get bitten again because it really hurts. You little bastards.
I packed up camp and got dressed, sat down in the Jeep on the still painful bite on my ass, and headed off.
Jesus Christ.
The corrugations were pretty bad here.
Excuse me, I'm just trying to work out when the corrugations might stop.
It goes down pretty far.
So I flagged down someone to ask how long they went on for, but they also told me to go another 4 miles and speak to a guy about where I'd camped the previous night.
Cool, cheers.
Warum?
I'm following the dirt road south. I asked one of the guys just about like the road up ahead, and he said I might need to speak to somebody about some unexploded ordnance.
Yeah.
Hat geschlafen in ein Feld voller Blindgänger.
You shouldn't be here.
On this road?
Right.
That's
what our people are doing is we're digging up bombs and blowing them up. We can't stop you, but it's not a good idea.
The actual road itself?
Yeah, I wouldn't count on any of it being safe. There's a fence there, and that's active bombing ranges.
Yes.
And these are all former bombing ranges on this side. The reason we're here is we come out here every 5 years and do this and clean it all, and it keeps bubbling up out of the grounds.
I've gone through minefields in Laos before on the trail where they say they've cleared a 2-meter wide line.
Are you
There are many unexploded bombs and other lethal devices lying buried or partially buried which can implode upon the slightest contact. Cool.
ordnance or something?
No, just accidentally find myself in these places.
Because like where you were camped out there, that's potentially where some of the munitions might be. So just if I would stay on the road. I can't say.
Ich bin übrigens so jemand, Chat, wenn ich irgendwie neben der Straße penne, ich weiß nicht, ob ich mich direkt neben die Straße hinlegen würde. Ich habe immer so einen Drang danach, so ein bisschen weiter zu laufen und dann da hinten ein Zelt aufzustellen. Dude, Alter, und dann explodiert da was.
Camp over there. That's for your safety. Just be careful.
Yeah.
So what are you doing? You're just like...
I'm driving from Idaho to Moab on this.
On that?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Got enough water?
Yeah, I hope so.
Good luck, dude.
Cheers.
I mean, I can't tell you not to do it.
Cheers.
Armed with enough knowledge to give me a pretty good chance of survival, I headed off on my hopefully non-explodey route. And I got to play a fun game of how to minimise your chance of going kaboom. You see, the best theory is to only drive on terrain that's already been driven on. My Minijeep isn't wide enough to sit in both tyre tracks, so you can only pick one and make do with only a 50% reduction in chance of kaboom. But it's fine, because I have such soft suspension that I'll just glide over bombs and not set them off. Only kidding, I didn't explode. I just compressed my spine a little bit more, that's all. It's all fun and games here. Then the trail tried to take a different route to my map.
Ich will auch sein.
Right, so I've got that way or that way. And I don't know. I just got to choose the one that looks like it has the least bombs.
While I consulted the map, I cooled down the engine, and no, spraying water on an engine won't crack it, otherwise you couldn't do deep water crossings. Anyway, once cool, I decided to turn around and find a more travelled route through the bombs. Bad news, my camera work was now even worse because I had to drive with the bonnet up.
Hat er die Motorhaube aufgemacht zur Kühlung?
To stop Willy from overheating. But this trail was now nice and easy to follow. There's only a few tumbleweeds in the way.
Ist stecken geblieben.
Tits.
It was in fact not just a few tumbleweeds.
Oh, was unter den Tumbleweeds?
But brilliant.
Time to clear a path.
Danke Sabo XTV, danke Anger und This is a fun stream for Reset. Danke Lukas und Lied schicken. Vielen lieben Dank. Street, Orangensaft.
And these very, very...
Vielen lieben Dank. Sind wir live? Hallo? What was this? Soll ich vielleicht einen runterstellen? Sind wir live? Ja? Loki, danke schön für die 40 Monate. Nun, wir sind offensichtlicherweise live.
Mikey.
Okay, time to carry on. Willy and I are an unstoppable force.
Okay, we can be defeated by tumbleweed.
Danke, Ben Laut.
Get on.
It was now I realised why all of these sunken trails had trails alongside them. If you're going to get stuck in 20 metres of tumbleweed, you ain't going to smash through miles of them. Willy and I battled on for another 2 hours, slowly making our way through the endless desolation, which was now over 40 degrees Celsius. And by this point, the pain from the ant bite on my bum had subsided,
40 Grad.
just in time to give me another problem with my posterior, especially in this heat.
I'm getting a wet ass.
Wo kommt das her?
Was probably done.
Oh mein Gott.
I turned the bottle of life-saving water upside down to stop it leaking, and resumed what now felt like a form of torture.
Jelliff, danke für die 20 Monate.
After 3 hours of driving through this oven, things can't get any worse. You are, in fact, wrong.
The gate's locked.
Oh mein Gott.
You bastards. There's my road.
Okay, in dem Moment, wo der US Army steht, würde ich auf gar keinen Fall das Tor aufmachen. Nee. Meine Freiheit ist mir zu wichtig. Er ist am Arsch.
Road. Just on the horizon there. In 16 miles, that would be tarmac. And I can't get through. Which is really weird, because this road has a name. And there's signposts on it, and there's even like the little BLM markers.
Ja,
So
Bureau of Land Management. BLM Land Chat, nicht Black Lives Matter, sondern Bureau of Land Management Chat. Das sind solche Sachen, da kannst du quasi komplett frei drauf übernachten und so. Ich hatte mal so ein, für den Roadtrip, den ich geplant habe, Chat, gibt es so ein Verzeichnis von BLM Land, also Bureau of Land Management Land. Und das ist quasi, da kannst du mehr oder weniger machen, was du willst. Das ist quasi öffentliches Eigentum von allen.
So the army has just gone, yep, this is ours, screw you. Yeah, I am actually quite screwed. I've got about a 3 or 4 hour drive back.
3 oder 4 Stunden.
The road that even Google Maps tells you to go down is US Air Force bombing range, completely closed off, locked and everything. Well, at least Willy's still doing all right. How hot are you, Willy? Yeah, pretty warm.
Ich fragt jemand, sollte man im Land der frei verkäuflichen Waffen überhaupt irgendein fremdes Tor öffnen? Also, als ich mir den Mietwagen geholt habe, Chat, habe ich so ein bisschen quasi Rechtsberatung bekommen von den Typen, der beim Mietwagenladen gearbeitet hat. Und zwar, das war in Downtown Los Angeles. Und in Downtown Los Angeles habe ich den Mietwagen geholt. Und der Typ, der war Mexikaner und der hatte quasi dort halt in dieser Verwaltung gearbeitet. Und ich hatte ihn gefragt, worauf muss ich achten, wenn ich mit dem Auto durch Amerika fahre? Hat er mich angeguckt, Chat? Ein Mexikaner hat mich angeguckt, habe mich ausgelacht und hat gesagt, dass ich mir keine Sorgen machen muss, weil ich weiß bin. Und dann hat er gesagt, viel Erfolg. Und dann bin ich losgefahren, Chat, und ich hatte keine Probleme, weil ich weiß bin. Und das war das erste und letzte Mal, Chat, dass ich von meiner Hautfarbe angesprochen wurde und dass mir durch meine Hautfarbe ein Privilege zugesprochen wurde. Hier, Chat, noch nie. Aber in Amerika-Chat scheint das Freifahrtkarte zu sein. Kannst machen, was du willst. Also, ich frage jemanden, ist es eine gute Idee, ein Tor aufzumachen in Amerika? Wenn du weiß bist, kein Problem. Basierend auf der Aussage des Mexikaners in Downtown Los Angeles.
Make a different plan, because this army range runs for quite a while. Current plan, head back the way I came, go and see those bomb disposal guys. They might be able to give me a top up of fuel or water or enthusiasm or something. About a 2-3 hour drive back to them, maybe pick up a road.
Danke Munich, danke Munich. Ich vermisse das Reisen auch. Danke, dass du verstellst, Bruder.
Shit show. I've got a 3-hour compilation of Dire Straits, the very best of, so that's probably what I'm going to be listening to for the rest of this journey.
Well, when life doesn't even give you lemons because it's locked them behind a gate, you can either get upset by a lack of lemonade, or you can just get on with it.
Kollege der Lau, danke für deinen Resub, Mann. Dankeschön.
I made a quick stop to cool down Willie, who was running incredibly hot.
Das kann nicht gut sein für den Motor.
There's nothing much to report about 3 hours of the same journey, but in reverse. Willie got incredibly hot, and I got incredibly hot and bothered. In the smooth dirt channels it wasn't so bad, but out of them, it could be pretty rough. And when I wasn't happy with the bumpiness of the terrain, I sometimes politely informed Planet Earth of this.
Hey, fuck off!
Informiert. Was ist Vertebrae? Vertebrae. Was ist das, Chat? Es ist ein Knochen garantiert, aber leider kenn ich nur die deutschen Formulierungen und nicht die lateinischen. Formuliere ich irgendwie Wirbelsäule oder Becken? Wirbel? Wirbel. Wobei für Stardew Valley musste ich für diese komische Dschungelinsel Vertebrae finden, also Schlangenvertebrae. Und von der Schlange, die hat ja nur eine Wirbelsäule. Also muss ein Wirbel sein, also von der Wirbelsäule. Gefährlich. Gefährlich. So, geben die ihnen jetzt die moralische Keule und sagen ihnen, ja, ich hab dir gesagt, du sollst die Straße nicht runterfahren?
Where is everybody? Did they get blown up?
Ah well, back down the corrugations. Hi, Future Ed here. I need to quickly explain this. The steering on the Minijeep is only a quarter turn each way. That means this is full lock. That should make the next part make more sense. Right, back to past Ed. The temperature was still over 40 degrees Celsius, and the sun was now so strong that even the unused GoPro had to be stored under a sock just to stop it overheating. And the only way to stop me overheating was to go fast, which revealed something very wrong with Willie. You see, on these bumps, just to go in a straight line, I would have to turn the steering wheel on full lock. If I didn't do this, Willie would instantly shoot off the road at 45 degrees or roll over.
Warum?
Unfortunately for your entertainment, my reactions always stopped this happening, but trust me, if I stopped paying attention at any speed over 20 miles an hour, I would crash.
Oh God.
Now I would say, ladies, if you've been impressed by my one-handed driving skills, then you can send nudes or PayPal donations to ed.march@c90adventures.co.uk. However, the last time I asked this, and I repeat, ladies, yeah, guys, no, stop it. Oh no, I've made this much worse, haven't I? Oh, for fuck's sake. Eventually the
BRB Penis fotografieren. Für dich, Ed. Okay, weiter.
Handling got too dangerous even for me, so it was time to stop and work out why the Minijeep was trying to kill me every 30 seconds.
The jittery.
One moment, please. The Minijeep was taking its toll on my body.
Well, the skittishness has got so bad now that I've got to try and work out what it is.
Future Ed here again. Would you like to know something that past Ed doesn't know and won't figure out for a long time? He thinks the dangerous handling is because the rear hubs are a little bit loose on the axle. Actually, the rear swing arm is snapped in half and is flopping around all over the place.
Oh my God.
Anyway, back to naive Ed.
Hopefully I can tighten it up. Wish me luck. Should we lift it up, put it on something so I can inspect it? Any hydraulic jacks kicking around? I can't find anything to prop it up with, so I'm just going to tighten it up. as you rock it, you can get one more. Oh yeah.
Kann man hier den Bruch schon sehen? Something falling over. Hier müsste ja der Bruch sein.
That's a split pin. Found it. And if I cover it up, it's not a problem anymore. Yay.
I also found that the front suspension top ball joint was just flopping around inside the wishbone.
Supposed to be a completely tight fit. And there's nothing I can do about that, apart from pray.
Man konnte meinen, dass dieser chinesische Jeep nicht unbedingt gebaut wurde, um damit wirklich irgendwie über Offroad zu fahren, sondern eher so, um auf einer Straße hoch und runter zu fahren.
Oh yeah, they've also got a partially flat tyre, so I'm going to inflate that, pack up the tools and carry on. Just keeps getting better. I found out that there's a puncture, and it appears that the absolute animal that installed the valve core, when he was pulling it through, just squashed it with a pair of pliers, so you can't actually get the tool in there to remove it, so I'm just going to have to use the pump to let it down that way. In case anybody's wondering, you can fix these without taking them off. Where the puncture was, make the hole like a bit bigger and...
Chat, ich habe eine Frage. Wenn ihr einen Platten bekommen würdet, stellt euch vor, ihr macht so eine Reise wie er, ja, und ihr bekommt einen Platten. Würdet ihr den Platten fixen können? Ich meine, er zeigt uns ja jetzt, wie er das macht. Und ich gucke jetzt mal, ob ich das auch hinbekommen würde. Also du stichst da rein. Okay, das ist vermutlich, da ist ein Loch drin, aber das Loch ist nicht wirklich konzentrisch oder so, ist nicht rund oder so, es ist irgendwie ein Schlitz, was auch immer, und deswegen geht er damit rein, um das quasi so zu formen, dass da vermutlich ein Prempel reinkommt oder so. So ist meine Logik, Chat. Ich weiß, ihr korrigiert mich, wenn ich falsch liege, okay? Ich versuche das nachzuvollziehen.
And there we are, it's fixed. Now you've plugged it with that, you can carry on. Once you're through, give it tits.
Ja.
So now you've made a bigger hole. Get some of your little rubber strips. And then this tool, feed it through.
Okay, erklär's uns ja sogar. Jetzt kriegst jeder von uns hin.
That's what she said.
So, das war's?
That went faster than anticipated.
That's definitely what she said.
And then you pull the...
Guck mal, das sieht so klebrig aus. Also es klebt das Ding jetzt dicht, oder wie?
That's what... Never mind.
Bingo bango. That should hold air. Let's find out together.
Das hält? Wie lange?
And then the final thing to do is to spit on it to see if it's leaked. I'm very dehydrated, so I hope I have enough spit. Ta-da! No bubbly bubblies!
I then gave the plug a haircut and carried on.
Okay, ich glaube, das kriegt jeder von uns hin, oder? Ich bräuchte nur das Tire-Fix-Kit und das müsste ich vorher besorgen. Okay. Okay, stell dich, meine Frage beantworte ich selbst. Ja, ich würde es hinbekommen, wenn ich unterwegs wäre mit so einem Auto, einen Reifen oder einen Platz wechseln. Okay.
The Jeep now handled about 10% less.
Warum ist da übrigens ein Sockel über sein Ding? Hier, da. Warum?
Deadly, but it still wasn't right. So I naively decided to limp along and head to the town of Nephi 120 miles
Ach, das ist die GoPro.
to see if I could get the hubs
Hat er ja gerade
welded
gesagt.
to the axle
Wusste nicht, dass das
to
sie
stop
ist.
the Minijeep trying to kill me. Idiot.
Oh, I don't know about that. Don't think we're having fun tonight. Thank you so much for all the food and the aircon, and I feel like a human being again. Cool. Cheers.
There's not much more to report about the rest of the day's journey. The army ranges and mountains forced me to continue smashing my dodgy rear end. That's what she... Nope. We made our way towards a welder on smooth terrain where we could, and did off-roading where we had to.
That was actually genuinely impressive. So's that.
Asphalt?
I carried on for hours and hours at 20 mile an hour into the night, to try and make up for the time lost by the locked army gate, and to use the cooler air temperatures to stop the Minijeep getting too hot. Willie wasn't happy though, and during this section, his engine definitely lost power. He got me to the camping spot.
Diese Art von Zelt hier, Chat, oder Übernachtungsmöglichkeit, wie nennt sich das? Wonach muss ich googeln, wenn ich sowas kaufen möchte? Das sieht A, super günstig aus und B, super minimalistisch. Es sieht quasi perfekt aus. Sieht so aus wie so ein Ding, was man am Boden schmeißt und dann steht das da. Wisst ihr, was ich meine? Ja, genau, ein Wurfzelt. Genau, es sieht wirklich so aus. Hier, das sieht so aus, als wenn das hier rund wäre und da hinten rund wäre und dann machen wir es so zusammen und hat man so ein runden Ding. Ich will sowas auch haben, Chat. Mein Zelt war cool für die Norwegen-Reise, aber hat viel zu lange gedauert zum Aufstellen und so. Und wenn man irgendwo hingeht, wo es sowieso immer warm ist, dann reicht auch so ein feines Mesh-Zelt quasi.
But it wasn't good.
Little update, camped here last night on this little side trail. We did about 80 miles on the tarmac last night.
Nee, Einmannszelt würde ich nicht googeln, Chat. Wenn du nach Einmannszelt googelst, findest du normale Zelte, aber nur für eine Person. Deswegen, ich gucke das nächste Mal nach Wurfzelt.
While the puncture is still holding firm, the front tyre is actually worn quite fast. And this one has worn even faster. I think because of those rear wheels. Engine's still running very hot. I'm hoping to solve that in the next town. The more concerning issue is as I pulled up here, I didn't have any idle.
Don't carry me. Danke für deinen Prime Sub.
Like it was because it was low on compression. Check the valves, they're okay. But if I'm losing compression, then it means that this engine is on the way out. And I'm hoping to make it to Nephi now to sort out a cooling solution. But if it's too late...
Stopp, ich öffne das Geheimnis, ich muss ganz kurz muten, tut mir leid. Und jetzt bring's wieder zurück da.
Then I'm screwed. So, yeah, that's pretty much that. I'm going to try and limp it there.
Let's limp it! Let's limp it!
In fairness, I only checked the idle last night, so maybe it's...
Ja, Chat hat geschrieben Biwakzelt. Ich glaube, das ist das, was ich suche, oder? Biwakzelt. Ja, was kostet das Biwakzelt? Wenn ihr das Video in Ruhe sehen wollt, guckt es euch selber an. Chat ist mein Stream, Gottverdammt. Okay, da, Biwakzelt. Bla bla bla. Okay, das ist die Erklärung dafür. Biwakzelt. Klicke hier drauf. Okay. 638 €. Okay. Das ist das beste Biwakzelt, was man für Geld kaufen kann. 400. Oh mein Gott. Also, okay, Jade, ich guck mal nach günstigen Alternativen.
It's fixed itself. Push start it.
This was starting to feel like the end of our journey.
Fun fact, I always pick up one bit of rubbish every... Oh, fuck you. That's where you ever been a good person. I always pick up one piece of rubbish every day and throw it in the bin.
Er hat fuck you gesagt, die meisten zensieren das, ich muss das Video liken. Gute Arbeit.
Yeah, that cut out then. That's not good. And I bet it's not going to start now. No. Uh-oh.
And remember, this series is called Will It Make It to Moab? I'm just one man.
Fuck.
Might not make it.
Doesn't want to start.
Nee, wie ist das ein Albtraum für mich, Chat? Was machst du, wenn du mitten in der Wildnis einfach liegen bleibst und nicht weiterfahren kannst?
As we slowly trundled along, hoping to make it to the next town for repairs,
Laufen?
Willie could now only manage 17 miles an hour on level ground.
Boah.
16 miles an hour.
Ja, aber Chat, bei uns in Deutschland oder auch selbst wenn ihr aus Österreich oder Schweiz kommt, ne, das sind alles winzige Länder im Vergleich zu Chat. Was ich meine ist, Österreich, Schweiz, Deutschland kombiniert ist so groß wie ein Bundesstaat in Amerika. Wenn du da irgendwo wenn du irgendwo da in der Wüste liegen bleibst, dann kannst du ja rein theoretisch irgendwie so 2-3 Stunden vom nächsten Rettungsdienst entfernt sein oder noch viel länger. Ich meine, das ist schon eine richtige Rettungsaktion dann.
After an hour of having my knees up by my ears, I pulled over to stretch my legs.
Does it idle?
Und hast kein Handyempfang, genau.
Is it an air leak? Let's try and cool down the engine.
I got the engine to idle by over-tightening the throttle cable, and then tested for an air leak on the inlet manifold by using the fuel pipe to spray petrol all over the gasket faces. If the revs change, you have an air leak. The revs didn't change. That means my loss of power is from loss of compression. This engine is dying. In a vain attempt to slow its death, I rigged up a cooling system where I took a water bottle. Remember kids, always cut towards your genitals. Poked a little hole in the end of the cap and zip tied it above the engine so that water could slowly drip onto the engine to cool it down.
Das ist das für Gangster Engineering. Das ist cool, wirklich.
Oh, there's loose
Respekt an ihn.
Nearly. Point is picking up a piece of rubbish every day if you leave rubbish yourself. Come on, baby.
I then got the temperature gauge working again and conducted some science. Without water cooling, when taking it easy on a slight downhill, the engine oil runs at a very spicy 110 degrees Celsius. And with water cooling, it runs at about 100. This means the water cooling system works, but I've also definitely massively overheated the engine in the...
Ich möchte nur anmerken, der ist in der Wüste und wenn er mit Wasser seinen Motor kühlt, welches Wasser trinkt er dann?
Past. We slowly limped along the shoulder, trying not to get run over by overtaking cars.
Die Fotos machen.
This one recognized me.
Whoa.
Crazy to meet you, man. On YouTube.
I don't know how to put this, but I'm kind of a big deal.
Really?
People know me.
I'm very happy for you.
How's the machine going?
Badly. Can you see the cooling system I've had to rig up? There's dripping a...
So you're just dumping water in here every few miles?
Yeah, oh, this was a bad idea.
All right, Mike's dad.
All right.
He was just telling me about following you on YouTube. He couldn't believe it. Well, is there some way we can help you with this?
I nearly suggested running me over to put me out of my misery, but instead took them up on a much more pleasant idea.
So, current plan, Mike has invited me to go gold mining, and it's an up and off-road trail, so we'll go on that trail to see if I've still got the
Hey Chat, wenn wir uns random in Deutschland treffen, gehen wir auch zusammen in deine Goldmine?
power I had at the start of the trip, and then that will allow me to find out if I can still go off-roading or this engine is toast. Let's go gold mining.
On the way to the mining claim, Mike offered to film me, which is an angle we rarely get to see. So here we are, Mike's awesome camera work. Just kidding. Thank you, Mike. Your footage was actually very useful to me.
Whoa.
To the top up with water, it's 105 degrees Celsius. I've got a cameraman. Awesome. I don't know how long the water's going to stay in there off-road.
Your front wheels totally came off the ground over that cattle guard back there.
Yeah, and my ass came off the seat as well.
Danke, Grammatikfehler. Danke, Hans, der 25. Datemox und Klies, Nutris und Rotten SR. Danke für Resets.
Yeah, Mike's not in the truck anymore. He's on foot. And faster than I am.
They can barely pull away in first.
Oh, and it turns out I should have fixed that oil temperature gauge a long time ago. Want to know the oil temperature uphill?
The engine is at 150 degrees Celsius. Now I've got to stop.
No brakes. Oh, a highly advanced braking system. Everything's got to be multi-purpose on it.
Yeah, there is both my hydration system, the engine cooling system, a wheel chock.
And something to slowly beat myself to death with when I can't take any more of this journey.
And it's constantly, it's like dripping, dripping.
Heilige
It isn't even
Scheiße.
making it out underneath the engine, so that is pure cooling.
Well, it's instantly vaporizing it.
Could you just bounce the suspension?
There's no dampening going on there. The shock is stopped.
Poor old Willie. You weren't meant for this, were you? Oh, it's now actually bubbling. It's not just flash vaporizing. So it's cooling down. See my tyre plug's still holding? Right, our temperature is 104 degrees, but that's the oil temperature, and the cylinder head is now a lot cooler. And it must have now cooled down because the water's actually dripping out of it.
That's interesting. That it's actually a good sign once something starts dripping out of your motor at this point.
Yeah.
We're only about a mile from the mine.
Okay, so about 2 hours then.
Für mein nächstes Video, was ich aufnehme, Chat, muss ich auf jeden Fall auch einen Unfall bauen, weil ich genieße gerade quasi seine Improvisierung, um weiterzufahren, mehr als die eigentliche Reise.
Time to give Willie a drink. And then one for me.
Eben, er muss auch mal trinken.
As Willie had now cooled down, it was time to resume our slow journey uphill. And when I say slowly, I mean so slow that eventually the engine lost so much power that even with my foot flat to the floor, it couldn't even engage the centrifugal clutch anymore.
I'm rolling backwards. I've got my foot flat to the floor. I actually started rolling backwards then while I was still full throttle first gear.
Okay, so
this engine's toast.
See if it starts. Right, if I put it into reverse and hold it, then the clutch is in. It's safe to say major repairs would soon be needed. He wouldn't start, so I had to bump start him in reverse.
Flat out first gear.
He couldn't even pull away uphill, so I had to use wheelchair mode.
Ah,
Yeah,
Willie's
Willie's in trouble.
Willie's dead.
Not good.
Zumindest steht Willy, währenddessen jemand mit einem anderen Auto neben ihm steht.
I think that engine's dead. It's at times like this I wish I always had a film crew. I look like him in a documentary.
Yeah, I couldn't even make it up that hill, and it
Schon
actually
so ein
started
bisschen.
rolling backwards while on full throttle.
The BLM land is the only land that you can stake claims on now. Back in the old days, a lot of these big mines that were all over the place, people went out and staked a claim. Most people don't know that you still can do it. They think it was just the Old West kind of thing. And so we came out here last October, and I had this area right here kind of in mind.
Hört ihr, was der gerade sagt, Chat? In Amerika gibt es Land, was jedem amerikanischen Bürger zusteht und er darf dort quasi frei nach Gold schürfen und das behalten und verkaufen, wenn er dann was findet. Ich finde, Chat, das ist ziemlich crazy Freiheit, ja?
Any minerals that you find in there are yours, but the land is not yours.
Crazy.
Casual prospecting.
After
Crazy.
discovering that my bag of M&Ms
Crazy im Vergleich zu meinem Land, wo alles privatisiert ist. Jeder einzelne Zentimeter. Und du nichts darfst.
was doing about as well as Willie was.
Wow.
I picked
Das ist
up a
crazy.
Schafft
Das ist wirklich absolut crazy für mich gerade, Chat. Das zu verstehen. Wow, da ist quasi frei verfügbares Land für jeden. Wow.
and took off my shirt for no reason at all.
Ey, scheiße. Boah, guck den Rücken an von Ed. Chat, so einen Rücken kriegst du nicht einfach nur vom Computer sitzen. Nicht schlecht, Ed. Gute Arbeit.
Oh, it's a deep burn. Oh, it's so deep. Ah. Oh, I could barely lift my right arm because I did so many. I don't know if you heard me counting. I did over 1,000.
BMW-Fahrerin.
Not easy digging. Might be a thing.
Well, is that the one with gold in it?
Doesn't look like it.
You know, after being that hard to get out, there ought to be something in it, but...
If hard work equated with riches, there would be a lot more rich people in the world.
True.
Hard work normally just makes somebody else richer.
Wenn da ist Gold drin
Got
wäre.
some yellow. Yellow is almost gold.
And it's worth fuck all.
Welcher Film, Chat? Welcher Film? Komm on, wenn ihr das beantworten könnt, Chat, habe ich großen Respekt vor dir. Ich achte drauf. Warte, ich gucke in den Chat. Nicht schlecht, bitte, Jesus.
You can actually see the sweat dripping off my nose then.
I had an idea for a shot. What if we put this down here and make it look like you're hitting right down at it? But, you know, obviously, don't go all the way.
Thank you for depleting the last of my energy reserves for today.
Now, before you guys jump in the comments, this mining claim was mainly something for Gene to tick off the bucket list and do with the family. So he didn't really expect to find anything. But I obliged by digging some rocks and then smashing them up in exchange for camera work and some watermelon.
Didn't find any gold.
Bro, ich hab Bock
my
auf
watermelon was
Watermelon.
awesome, and I've basically forgotten how miserable this vehicle is. Come on. Oh, well, that's nice of you.
Albtraum.
Oh.
Haben wir irgendwelche mechanisch begabten Menschen anwesend, Chat? Wenn so ein Motor die Kompression verliert, woran könnte das liegen? Also, gehen wir davon aus, das ist ein Billigmotor und da ist irgendein Materialfehler. Aber keine Ahnung, was könnt ihr mir erzählen? Oh, upsie.
Oh.
Kolbenringe? Undicht? Wow,
Please
wirklich.
give us a shove.
The only way Willie would start now was with bump starting, and he was sounding very lethargic.
Where's that oil from?
There's something burning from in here. I can't quite tell what it is.
I've never left a man behind, but we can all see where this is going. Poor old Willie.
Willie stirbt, Boys.
It's technically running.
No, I don't think so.
Right, well, we're going to try it first, get it spinning over faster.
Er versucht es, ja? Er will nicht Willy sterben lassen. Und Willy geht immer wieder aus.
There's a big downhill, just right there.
I fucking hope so. Don't have a spare engine, do you?
No, in my pocket.
Pocket.
Willy! Kämpf! Willy! Oh, Willy.
Some seriously bad luck right there. He's got, I think his rings are just gone.
Yeah, the seat is really uncomfortable.
Ah, hey, wow, ihr sagt es, Chat, ja? Gerade hat jemand, oder fast alle am Kolbenring geschrieben und auch er sagt, his rings are gone.
There might be a problem with your car.
This is first gear. Back off.
Er will, dass der Motor explodiert, kann das sein?
Well, it's fucked, isn't it?
Damn, er leidet, Chat.
I don't have many regrets in life, but one of them might be taking 4 months to repair the Minijeep.
What? 4?
Because some things happened.
Oh, es ist Winter geworden. Du Mistkerl.
Hello and thank you for watching. I just wanted to say, yes, the Will It Make It to MOAB adventure does continue. It just gets a bit cold, and also you have no idea what's about to happen. It is easily the most ridiculous thing I've ever
Wow, jetzt man merkt, dass er in Amerika ist, Alter, mit so einer Aussage.
done. So, yes.
Ihr werdet nicht erwarten, was als nächstes kommt. Es ist unglaublich. Es übersteigt auch Vorstellungskraft. Okay. Es geht weiter, das freut mich. Let's go.
On Will the Minijeep Make It to MOAB? You saw the first 550 miles of...
Nochmal Untertitel an, ja? Als ich früher Streamer geworden bin, Chat, wollte ich komplett ungelogen 100% einfach nur ein Game daddeln und dabei nicht alleine sein. Und daraus ist das entstanden, was jetzt ist, Chat. Was zum Teufel. Glück gehabt.
Previously on Will the Minijeep Make It to MOAB? You saw the first 550 miles of this off-road journey over 5 days, before we discovered that driving an underpowered vehicle without an oil cooler through a 40 degrees Celsius desert results in spectacular engine failure.
Well, it's isn't it?
However, rather than fixing Willy and carrying on immediately, I had to be an adult and do some engineering work on 3 ships at sea.
Hello and welcome to a ship in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
And by the time I got back, summer had ended. I set to work repairing Willy in my friend Jenny's garage.
Say hi to YouTube, Jenny.
Ah, I'm not wearing a bra.
Neither am I.
I replaced the engine, fitted an oil cooler, and then got the swing arm welded back together that I'd somehow snapped in half. And by the time all of this was done, it was now December. So to regain some authenticity, I got myself and Willy dropped off at the exact GPS coordinates that the engine blew up at previously, set up the camera and tripod, and resumed our journey. The story continues.
Mein Gott, Chat. Das fehlt uns in Deutschland, ja? Oder Europa, Mann. Einfach mal komplett, sagen wir mal, ein gigantisches freies Areal und ein paar wunderschöne Berge. Das ist durch meine absolut unberührte Natur. So halbwegs unberührte Natur. Halt so Land, was niemand gehört, Chat, wo jeder machen kann, was er will. Sowas fehlt hier.
And I just want to be clear. All I did was repair the Jeep and fit new tyres. I still have no idea what I'm doing.
Well, with all the extra layers, I don't fit in as well. Oh, God.
Ja, Skandinavien ist möglich, ja.
It's not too cold.
Genau, deswegen mochte ich Skandinavien so gern.
The windscreen just completely shattered, like in the cold. I touched it and I don't have any footage of it, so like, I don't know, maybe we'll like CGI something in. I don't think this is going to go particularly well. Onwards! But it's not really onwards, is it? I've got to always turn around to go and pick up the tripod.
It's quite cold. I don't know how many of these shots you're going to get, so treasure them.
Als ich in Norwegen war, am Dreiländereck-Chat, haben diese norwegischen Soldaten zu mir gesagt, die haben mir quasi so Empfehlungen gegeben, wo ich hingehen kann, wo keine Touristen hingehen, weil das immer nervig ist, dass Touristen da sind. Da habe ich denen so gesagt, aber ich bin auch ein Tourist, und dann haben die zu mir gesagt, aber ich bin die cool kind of tourist. Damn, huh?
Let's go! The new tyres open!
Natürlich, Chat, bin ich ein besserer Tourist als alle anderen. Ja, natürlich.
Ja,
natürlich auch, wenn ihr Tourist seid. Die anderen sind immer nur blöd.
And it is pretty fresh. Temperature of the wind is so cold that it actually starts to take your breath away.
We did a few miles of tarmac, past the lay-by where Mike discovered me at the end of the last video, before turning down a trail and resuming our off-road adventure. Now with snow. Time to see how these new tyres handle it.
Might as well see what the steering's like, I guess. Quite a lot of understeer.
I've lost my clothes. I forgot to put the strap on.
Strap on.
Right, well, that's one USB-C cable dead.
From a pulling away and traction perspective, it's not actually that bad. These super chunky tyres look like they're doing really well, even if they are destroying that wheel.
Having proven Willie was okay in 2 inches of snow on a smooth trail, it was time for my route to test us further.
Virgin snow! We're going down there!
Oh, this is how you end up getting live flying. Hands down.
This is going surprisingly well.
Okay, so not exactly amazing, but we were coping with the snow way better than I expected, which was good news, because the terrain was only going to get more remote and much more difficult.
Ist wunderschön da.
I know I've got a solid rear axle and big chunky tyres, but that's impressive.
But 8 horsepower will only get you so far. Probably about halfway up this hill.
So richtig Schneewunderland. Es ist Sonne und es ist Schnee.
No, really. Ah, tits.
Time to reverse and give it another go with a run-up.
Oh. Er ist kein Schieber, so viel sicher. Macher, kein Lacher.
What am I doing with my life? Come on, Bessie. We're in first. We don't have any more beans. Yes.
Warum ist mein Leben so langweilig im Vergleich zu sein?
Power. Brand new engine. Seems strange. I keep forgetting I'm pushing through about 6 inches of snow.
Applaus.
I carried on, driving like an expert.
Dude, Alter.
Schubert, please send me a new helmet. Or if you're a company that makes nice flip-up helmets that are quiet, then if Schubert won't send me one, you can get the publicity.
I promise to be very professional with my advertising.
Come on, you twat!
Bro, Alter, er macht jedes Mal Schubert, er fragt jedes Mal Schubert nach einem Video, nach einem Helm in seinen Videos. Gib den Helm, Gottverdammt.
We slowly continued our ride with this valley looking very pretty, and me occasionally looking terrified as I thought Willie was going to drive us off the edge of the trail to our deaths.
This is stupid. How do we get up that?
We did in fact not get up that.
That's too steep for Willie.
Still there? Yeah.
Hello. This hill was too steep for Willie to carry me up it, so it's time to think of some novel ways to help him.
Throttle, but B stood outside of the Jeep. Uh-oh. No, Willie. No. Stop! Get a bit warm. Most dangerous thing you can do when it's getting this cold is to sweat. Because it won't evaporate and it will just freeze.
Hey, scheiße, Alter. Chat, was sind gerade für Temperaturen bei euch draußen? Ich frag so blöd, weil ich schwöre euch, Chat, ne? Ich war heute draußen einkaufen, ich war ein bisschen unterwegs und es ist so kalt. Ich glaube, so kalt, ich weiß, es fühlt sich an wie der kälteste Tag im Winter bisher. Es ist scheiße kalt. Ich mag übrigens kalt nicht, Chat.
Quite deep there. Let the engine cool down a bit. Oh, go on then, you get a tripod shirt.
And it's a good thing I set up the tripod, because it really helps convey what it's like pushing a 200 kilogram Tonka toy uphill through snow.
I guess.
It's a pain.
Stell dir mal vor, der bleibt da liegen und der kommt da nicht mehr weg, Chat. Der ist irgendwo im Nirgendwo. Und da kommt auch nicht mal eben so ein Auto hin. Das ist schon ballsy.
We've got into the hole now, haven't we? You bastard. Tits. Well, you know the rule. Gotta go and get the tripod.
Oh no.
Running a bit hot, so riding without my helmet and with my jacket open for a bit.
Bei
Try and
minus
cool
1
down,
Grad.
and hopefully, no more pushing.
Well, the snow got deeper and the trail got steeper, so of course we got stuck. But this allowed me to try another method for getting the Minijeep going. I present to you the scooter. Usually followed by the Nutcracker.
Oh nein, ich sehe noch, was da passieren kann. Gut, Alter.
Me, my squash testicles and willy soldiered on though, and as we climbed higher and higher, the snow got deeper and deeper, and the slopes weren't exactly flattening out either.
Oh no.
Please stop. Yes. I'm gonna push it again. What's about you just turn left?
Ah yes, the joys of a solid rear axle. Sometimes steering doesn't really do much.
Left, you prick! Stop going into the bushes, you little bastard. I mean, is that a photo opportunity?
War das Thumbnail? Das war nicht das Thumbnail.
This sucks. Oh, tits. Got that hill. Well, this is going to suck. All of the balls forwards.
Ich höre sehr häufig Tits und Balls bei ihm.
Not me in such a flat.
Demontiert.
No.
And despite the temperature being sub-zero, I was now so hot underneath my Gore-Tex trousers that I had to dump some heat.
Wow, wie viel hat der an?
Right.
I'm having fun. This is a fun thing to do.
I should have bush and have dumped snow in my helmet.
And good news, the hill was going to level out, right?
Nope.
Oh, piss. Carries on. So the
Was will der machen, Alter? Es geht jetzt so weiter.
Snow is all of these rocks. And I've got tiny wheels, and you can't go over them at any sort of speed. Then throw in uphill and snow, and we're just getting stuck. That better be the top. I've done that, and it's horrible.
And after 6 hours of struggling, we eventually got to the top of the mountain range.
6 Stunden.
Made it.
And after a quick break to catch my breath, we were not only treated to some flatter trails, but some beautiful scenery.
Voll gut. Wow. Das ist Freiheit, Jungs. Das ist Natur. Was ist das für eine Drohne? Konnte ich jemand erkennen von euch? Ich würde auch gerne eine Drohne haben. Die Mini 2? Würdet ihr die mir empfehlen, Chat? Ich brauche keine FPV-Drohne oder so, Chat. Halt einfach eine Drohne so zum Hochfliegen, Video machen.
Eventually it was time to descend down from the mountain and into the valley below. And I do hope my drone footage has conveyed just how beautiful this place is. The GoPro video often struggles to convey the majesty of the scenery, and the audio doesn't exactly help either. Once down on level ground, the snowy trails were replaced with mud, but I'm not worried about getting muddy. I'll just make a manly noise or something.
Ich hätte Spaß, durch den Stand zu fahren.
I'm gonna get absolutely destroyed by that mud. Yeah, those wheel arches don't work.
It's always difficult for me to convey just how cold it is in these situations, so while I might not be wearing gloves, there are still signs it's actually quite chilly.
I don't know exactly how cold it is, but I've just gone to put my Gore-Tex on and I found that the bottoms of my trousers have frozen where they got wet in all that snow.
I was glad to finally make it into the flat valleys. After 7 hours of driving and pushing, Willie and I had averaged just 4 miles an hour coming over those mountains. We drove into the darkness a little more before setting up camp to allow me to recoup some of the energy lost from the day's struggling.
Was mich übrigens auch noch interessieren würde, ist, was der isst. Wisst ihr? Was für eine Art von Nahrung isst er, wenn er unterwegs ist? Was nimmt er sich für Nahrung mit und womit quasi kriegt er Energie?
Cool. Oh, there's so much condensation. Right, just imagine it's really warm when I'm in a sauna. Trying to get up and carry on moving. Oh well, I'm really steamy. Well, this is excellent footage. Good work. This was worth filming.
Lovely leather boots that are frozen and you can shake with the ice stuck in them.
Here is my camp. You see Willie and the tent. Those are some mountains that I've got to pass. I think I'm heading like through that bit. I got my boots.
Da schreibt jemand was im Chat, was ich wirklich, was muss ich thematisieren, Chat, ja? User schreibt, was ihn sein Versorgungsfahrzeug abends bringt. Chat, es gibt halt wirklich Travel-YouTuber, die fahren mit ihrem Motorrad oder so los und haben ein Kamerateam dabei. Und ich sag's euch, wie es ist, Chat. Ich kann diese Leute nicht ernst nehmen. Wenn die Leute mit einem Kamerateam und mit einem Zweitwagen fahren, der den hinterherläuft oder hinterherfährt, Chat, das funktioniert nicht, Bro. Das ist kein Reisen, okay? Was zum Teufel? Ich möchte sehen, wie die Leute da überleben. Nicht wie die quasi so eine Art TV-Serie filmen. Danke für eure Aufmerksamkeit.
Done, finally. Just waiting for it to suck the heat out of my feet so that the ice will melt and they can bend properly. If you want a little cold weather hack, keep your drink inside your sleeping bag so that when you wake up, you can drink it.
Oh, gute Idee.
Because if you don't, your water is frozen. I've got a gallon of ice. Nom nom nom. I'm not going to film this bit for you because all of my batteries are being destroyed by the cold. And I've got to try and look after everything.
Chat, haben wir zufälligerweise Chemiker anwesend? Also nicht Druffis, sondern halt Leute, die Ahnung haben von Chemie. Warum sind Batterien, oder warum setzt Kälte Batterien zu oder entlädt Batterien? Also warum funktionieren Batterien bei verschiedenen Temperaturen anders als bei Zimmertemperatur? Please tell me.
I'm going to pack up and I'll see you when I'm sort of bouncing along in
Jetzt kommt nicht mit, das verlangsamt die chemische Reaktion. Das zählt nicht.
pain somewhere.
Here we go. Mountain pass, and then hopefully we can smash past all of this snow out into the San Rafael swell, which means in theory it just goes back to being dry.
Der Leitwert der Materialien ändert sich wirklich?
Still be absolutely cold as balls, but no precipitation.
So, time to do the final snowy mountain pass, apparently, and then there would be no more snow. Time to see what chaos awaits.
Ja, ich bin zwar der Physiker-Chat, aber ich muss zugeben, ich weiß nicht, wie eine Batterie funktioniert. Also so grob halt, aber nicht so, dass ich mir zutrauen würde, euch das zu erklären zum Beispiel. Und Batterien sind für mich Magie, Chat. Das dreht
So we began with the drive over the snowy mountain, hoping that the snow would end so we could complete our mission. But first, here's some footage of the surface that we're driving. Whoops, that's the Macarena. Well, our adventurer ascended up into the hills, not exactly fast and lacking in thrills. And then it got so steep he stopped completely. Hey, Mac, what's wrong with me?
Hey, mach weiter.
Well, that didn't work. Time for pushy push.
Ich habe eine Frage. Wer von euch hat den EFT-Befehl hinzugefügt und warum hat Ban Doppel-N im Hintergrund-Chat? Irgendeiner meiner Moderatoren hat es gemacht. Und warum geben das alle ein? Habt ihr das in den Titel reingeschrieben? Oder schreiben die es alle random? Das steht im Titel. Ach so, okay, jetzt verstehe ich es endlich.
Oh, well, no, you went over my foot. That really hurt. It doesn't look steep, but it is. I'll fix that in post. Yeah.
To help convey the drive I'm on, I then set up the tripod. Professional filming. Aye! Go. Is that recording?
Yes. Whoa! Damn!
Turn left. Still going in a straight line. Come on. Right. Now put the helmet on so that you don't have a continuity error. Turn left. No, not off the cliff. Mummy. Watch the clip back. I look like a moron. Excellent. Right, save that. Take everything apart and then take it back to the Minijeep and continue. Goodbye.
If you've been affected by today's singing, you can send your complaints to ed.march@c90adventures.co.uk. And whenever I open these emails, I always make sure that I'm protected by nordvpn.com/c90adventures.
Ich kann's kaum
Now
glauben.
that is a segue. You see...
Heilige Scheiße, Alter. Er hat ein Pro-Placement gescored. Ich muss dazu sagen, ich benutze auch immer ein VPN, aber weniger Public als NordVPN. Wisst ihr, was ich meine? Einer, der nicht lockt.
With the last part of the uphill done, we were now at the top of the pass, about to leave all of the snow behind us, ready to drop down into the
sand will swell
with
no precipitation
below. Where the driving would...
Du kannst doch mit einer geklauten Kreditkarte einen Server im Ausland kaufen und da dein VPN draufknallen. Das mache natürlich ich nicht.
Get a lot easier, right?
So I finally made it to the top of the hill, ready to drop down to the other side where it's all dry and it's just sand and there's no snow and there's no more mountains, and I've made quite a miscalculation. So I'm just going to carry on and see how much I regret the route that I've chosen.
So, bad news, I read the map wrong or something, so the snow doesn't stop here. But good news, I was now treated to 6 miles of snow-covered downhill. And no, this footage isn't sped up, it was awesome fun.
Nice.
Whoa, hairpin! What's the understeer like?
Oh, wow, er kommt bei der Kurve hinbekommen. Wow.
Holy shivels, we are motoring now! Okay, brake. Turn in, full power. Turn oversteer.
Wicked.
Whoa, don't go off there. Slalom. I didn't put a camera in this corner for me. Again. Oversteer. Yes, Willie. Yes. Front wheel drifting. Oh, Willie, you need more power.
Da kombiniert die zwei liebsten Dinge auf mein Leben. Schnell irgendwo rumfahren und reisen.
With my Willie.
Eventually we made it down to the valley below, where the temperature rose enough to give us a break from the snow, which I used to allow my salami sandwiches to defrost, and to adjust the tracking on the Minijeep. It seems that one of the 5,000 rocks I'd hit was making the front right wheel stick out.
That is about as good of an alignment as I think you'll get on a Chinese vehicle on the side of the road. That wheel is like straight, sort of, and that one's like straight, sort of. Well, hopefully my salami is defrosted. Oh, it is, it bends. Yeah. Next, Widgie. I can now eat my lunch instead of it being a dessert, which is like ham ice cream. And yeah, I'll pack up and then carry on. Bye-bye.
I drove 10 miles along and then across the valley to get to the next
Was machen so Leute, die in so einer Valley da leben, Chat? Also ich meine so, was machen die so beruflich, hobbymäßig? Ich habe das Gefühl, Chat, wenn du so remote lebst, entweder bist du halt übel so ein Hillbilly oder du lebst halt nur vom Computer oder nur in deiner Community, so richtig so 1980-Style.
Mountain Pass.
Das ist am Arsch der Welt.
A 10,000 foot mountain pass. This was gonna go well.
Chat, wie ist das hier im deutschen ländlichen Regionen, Chat? Was machen die? Ich weiß, viele von euch kommen aus Dörfern und so weiter, ja? Und viele von euch, A, meckern darüber, dass das Internet scheiße ist bei euch und B, dass ihr fast jeden Tag Streams guckt. Ich denke, entweder Alkoholismus oder Streams.
The total climb for this pass was over 4,000 feet, which meant slow progress, especially with a couple of stops to cool down Willie's engine.
Oh, mit Schnee.
Progress was about to get even slower because the road ended. Well, so far we've seen scooty scoot and pushy push, and as the trail got steeper, the snow got deeper, and the air got thinner, it was now time for humpy hump.
Ah, you bastard, go on!
Well, that didn't work. Back to scooty scoot.
Well, I'll let you cool down because you're at, apparently according to that, 116 degrees.
Progress was slow, but it was still progress, and as long as Willie turned left like I wanted him to, all would go well.
Da will ich nach links.
Or just be a prick.
We were now at 8,000 feet with another 2,000 feet to go. This wasn't looking good. The amount of obstacles I had to overcome were now stacking up against me. At this altitude, there's now 25% less oxygen in the air, which means less engine power and a grumpier Ed.
Schubert, answer my emails!
My patience and determination carried on though, even when Willie's solid rear axle completely ignored the front wheel steering.
Ey, musch, danke für die 13. Danke, Ballatzala Magusu. Salulki. Dankeschön.
It was now a constant battle to keep moving and stay on the ice layer on top of the snow and not break through to the soft layers beneath, or have the chain guard beach on the ice mounds.
Famous last words, I think I'm approaching the summit. Whew. Sun's gonna go down soon though, so I might be camping up here for the night.
Das war cool geschnitten. I appreciate it.
Now at 9,000 feet and 28% less oxygen, I was starting to reach my limit of endurance. To keep Willie moving now, I had to frequently deploy a maneuver called the Superman, which is a soul-destroying way to travel.
Seid ehrlich, Chat, könntet ihr euch vorstellen, so zu reisen? Auf eine seelenzerstörende Art? Das kommt mir lustig vor, Chat. Ich könnte mir wirklich vorstellen, sowas zu machen. Nur vielleicht nicht in so einem Minijeep.
I'm sleeping on this mountain tonight. I want to get to somewhere where I'm not camped, like right next to the trail, in case some moron comes down and crashes into me. Come on, Ed. Temperature's dropping.
Meine Fresse. Oh.
Well, hello again. I left the GoPro inside my pocket so that it could warm up. Here I am setting up camp. There's my X-Ped mat, which is filled with down, so it's lovely and warm. And I don't know if you've ever seen a snozzle before, and I don't mean my snozzle, but it's a dry bag with a little willy on the end of it, down there. So when you inflate it, you squeeze the air out of the dry bag, through the willy, and you inflate the camping mat.
Yeah,
I don't use a thermarest because I like my spine and I don't like the sound of sleeping on 1,000 crisp packets being trampled on. X-Ped, hit me up. I keep buying these with my own money and that's cool, but you know, if you want me to... Now tits, I've just given you the free promotion. And if you're one of those losers that goes, nah, I don't sleep on an inflatable mattress because if it bursts then I'm in trouble. I was like, yeah dickhead, I've just been driving on 4 inflatable tyres all day. If they burst, it's much worse. I've got a repair kit, and I always have a backup plan, and I can dismantle the Jeep seat and so I can lay on it. You don't need to worry about me dying. Oh no! My snozzle blew off. That's what I tell all the ladies. And then, if anybody's ever wondered what 1000...
Real Bounty Hunter fragt, ob das Video vom Cheater besprochen wird. Bro, du bist circa 5 Tage zu spät. Jungs, ihr müsst immer auf der Hut sein. Ihr müsst immer den MOAB Stream gucken, ansonsten verpasst ihr was.
$1 of sleeping bag looks like. It's this. Let me show you the happy sticker. It has a comfort rating of minus 41 Celsius, minus 42 Fahrenheit, a limit of comfort of minus 56 Celsius and minus 69, nice, Fahrenheit, an extreme limit of minus 84 Celsius and minus 119 Fahrenheit. And from memory, that is 8 degrees off of the coldest temperature ever recorded on Earth. The RAB Expedition 1400. RAB!
Ich kann übrigens eine Sache sagen, Chat, als ich gepennt habe in Norwegen und da wurde es nachts nur -5, mein Schlafsack war nicht warm genug. Das war mega scheiße, Mann. Aber es ging, aber es war halt echt doof.
If you want some promotion, this sleeping bag's 10 years old now and still going strong. I believe your new ones are hydrophobic. If you can send me a hydrophobic one, that'd be awesome. Fluffy, 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 fluff, fluff, fluff. Let's go outside and see what it looks like. Looks like it does in the daytime, Ed, except now everything's darker and wetter, whiter. Yep, there's vitamin water inside my jacket to stop it from freezing, so... Oh, we are down to minus 6.9.
My God.
Nice. Oh, it is not fresh. Not fresh, not warm. I don't have hypothermia, you have hypothermia. Actually, good point, Nat. I have had hypothermia once, which sucks. It was one of the worst things I've ever...
Wart ihr jemals so stark unterkühlt, Chat, dass ihr Hypothermie bekommen habt? Also starke Unterkühlung quasi oder eine Unterkühlung, die unignorierbar war, wo es nicht einfach kühl war, sondern wo ihr wirklich unterkühlt wart? Ich bin ehrlich, ich glaube, ich war schon oft wirklich kalt so, ne? Auch so als Kind draußen im Regen und so. Aber ich war noch nie so richtig, meine Körpertemperatur ist in Gefahr kalt, wisst ihr? Wie ist euch das passiert, Chat? Besoffen. Ja gut, ich hatte einen guten Freund, Chat, der hatte irgendwie so eine Angewohnheit, irgendwie besoffen draußen auf Parkbänken oder in der Schubkarre oder so zu pennen. Der ist auch mal unterkühlt, aber der hat dann Schnupfen bekommen. Das ist harmlos irgendwo, ne? Aber ich glaube, es kann auch noch viel schlimmer enden.
On the plus side, I now know what hypothermia feels like and what happens leading up to it. You don't need to worry about me, audience. I'm fine. I think this might be dinner.
It was indeed dinner. I sat down to enjoy my meal, hoping not to break my teeth in half on the M&Ms that were now minus 8 degrees Celsius.
Minus 8.
They're really hard. I'm tempted to one day maybe film some sort of video about how to camp when it's ultra cold, because I get a lot of questions about it. Step 1, be really warm-blooded, like me. As long as I've got food going in me, normally just burgers, chips and chocolate, then cold doesn't really faze me. Step 2, enjoy being miserable, and then you are well on your way.
Danke für die Tipps, Ed.
So it's not very interesting, but neither's my night. It's 8 PM now. The sun rises in 11 hours. I don't really have any battery-powered devices that I can use to entertain myself. Not like that. So I am going to go to bed and I will see you in the morning. Good night.
Gute Nacht. Boah, Bro, ich bin ganz ehrlich, Chat, ne? Ich glaube, ich könnte mir gar nicht mehr vorstellen, wie das ist, einzuschlafen ohne... Also, ich bin ehrlich zu euch, Chat, wenn ich einschlafe, dann schläft mein Handy immer neben mir. Und wenn ich abends quasi, kurz bevor ich einschlafe, gucke ich immer irgendwas am Handy. Immer. Chat, immer. Jeden Tag. Immer. Mein Handy schläft immer neben mir. Ich weiß ungefähr immer, wo es ist. Manchmal nicht. Manchmal liege ich auch drauf. Aber es ist, Bro, Chat, das ist richtig arm eigentlich, oder? Ich habe eine komische Vorstellung, ohne mit dem Handy ins Bett zu gehen. Also, es fühlt sich komisch an, kein Handy vorher zu haben.
Wish me luck.
Was ist das Erste, was ihr macht, Chat, wenn ihr aufsteht? Ich bin ehrlich, Chat, ich stehe auf. Wo ist mein Handy übrigens? Hier ist nur ein Löffel. Oh, okay, wo ist mein Handy? Ich gucke aufs Handy.
Audience, you obviously didn't wish it hard enough.
Weil ich keine Uhr habe.
Time to begin today's struggle.
Mein Handy. Ach, was ist das? Oh nein, wo ist mein Handy? Ich bin nervös. Und ein Schluck Wasser genau dazu. Stimmt, lass was trinken, Chat.
Bit of camping here on the Jeep, and then let chaos continue. Didn't tuck in my trouser legs. Schoolboy hair, that one.
Raus. Danke für die
some water. Yeah. Well, this isn't the first time that I've got a crusty white sock that doesn't bend. Yeah, my boots are frozen to the wrong shape. These aren't steel toe capped. Get on my foot. That's cold. I'm really sucking all the heat out of my feet. I'm outside. Oh, and it's tropical.
-9. Das ist ja kälter als hier, Chat. Ich meine, nicht schwierig, oder? Da liegt ja auch Schnee, aber was zum Teufel.
Oh. Mm-hmm. We're having fun. We're having fun. So I've got another 3 miles of uphill to do, apparently. So I've put my tools strapped to the front to try and put a bit more weight on the front so it actually steers, and also to try and stop the back sinking in as much. Carrying 5 kilos of ice to drink is fairly pointless because I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a lot of it.
Es ist eine andere Qualität von Eis in der Flasche, okay? Das ist wichtig. Okay, dann halt nicht.
Kick that out of the way because somebody driving along that could annoy them. Oh, that's 5 kilos less. If you don't use the metric system, it's what, the weight of 2 house cats? I don't know how Imperial works. Well, here goes nothing. Well, let's see what happens if I just go to pull away, shall we? Yes. No.
Ah.
Come on, I don't want to sleep up for a second night.
For hours and hours I pushed on up the...
Ich habe eine ehrliche Frage, Chat. Wenn es zu kalt draußen ist, so dass der Motor nicht anspringt, wie kann man einen Motor, der zu kalt ist, wieder dazu animieren, anzuspringen? Macht man Feuer darunter oder so? Also bei der Maschine könnte man das ruhig machen, glaube ich, weil es eh Müll, aber wie macht man das in einer Notsituation? Ja, nicht du stehst morgens auf und willst zur Arbeit fahren und dein Auto geht nicht an. Ne? Sondern eher so, du bist quasi in einem Berg.
This was brutal. The combination of lack of air for the engine,
wirklich ein Feuerwehrmann machen, aber vorsichtig,
and
denke ich,
snow
ne?
meant Willie could now rarely pull us uphill.
Heiße Luft drauf
It was a never-ending cycle of pushing, supermanning, reverse supermanning, and just generally hating my life choices.
Oh. I have indeed skipped leg day.
Oh, and you know I talked about the lack of oxygen making me grumpy? Well, there was now even less oxygen at this altitude.
Stop turning right, you moron!
But despite being grumpy, an annoying character trait of mine means that I will relentlessly...
Fun Fact übrigens, hier schreibt jemand in einer russischen Stadt ganz im Norden, lassen die ganze Nacht den Motor über an. Ja, Chat, nur so ein kleiner Tipp, ne? Wenn irgendwann mal hier zu kalt werden sollte, dass das Grundwasser einfriert, also das Wasser in den Leitungen, müsst ihr einfach die ganze Nacht ganz, ganz langsam oder ganz wenig Wasser laufen lassen. Und dann friert eure Leitung nicht ein. So machen die es in Kanada immer.
Carry on.
Let's steer right. Turn right.
Well, until I can't carry on.
We have a problem. Willie is all the way over there. I've walked to here. And it's the same stuff. The snow is just getting deeper and deeper, and there's no tracks for me to follow. I'm too narrow, so I have to have one wheel where there's traction, and then one wheel is in over a foot of snow, and we just get stuck. And we've taken about 4 hours to do half a mile. So unfortunately we've got to admit defeat and turn round, because this just isn't working. Just in case I haven't really conveyed how steep these snow ridges are, hopefully that does it. It's a foot, and there's this grippy stuff and that grippy stuff, and this huge mound in the middle, which is soft as puppy poo, which really just sinks right up to the axles and beaches. There's no choice. It is what it is. Daytime temperature update, minus 5.5. It's 2 p.m, which is kind of when it should be the warmest, so yeah, we're just going to have to head back. I can't wait here for somebody to tow me over. I don't think anyone's coming.
I really don't like turning around and going back the way I just come.
Of course.
But here I had no choice. The plan now was to abandon trying to make it over this mountain range and instead head south through the clear valley until I got to a side road that ran alongside the interstate that had been cut through the mountain. Not ideal, but it meant a chance to listen to some music and cover some distance through this gorgeous landscape.
Temperature update, and the time it took me to turn around Willie, it's minus 6.3 Celsius. Come on, Willie, please go downhill. I don't have it in me to do that all again. Come on. Coming in hot. Safety.
Beef Jerky Teriyaki. Okay, reden wir kurz, Chat, reden wir einmal ganz kurz darüber. Wenn du unterwegs bist, ja, wenn du wandern bist oder so, du bist irgendwo in der Natur, du bist irgendwo am Arsch der Welt, okay? Und du musst energiereiche Nahrung mitnehmen, damit du in dieser Natur, in einer Extremsituation, so ähnlich wie er hier, überleben musst. Was wäre quasi euer Go-To-Nahrung für, ihr geht wirklich irgendwo hin und ihr müsst quasi am besten natürlich so wenig Gewicht wie möglich und ihr müsst irgendwas haben mit einer Menge Kalorien. Eine Menge Kalorien. Ihr braucht eine Menge Energie. Ich glaube, Nüsse, Alter, Nüsse ist super, ja. Nüsse ist immer gut. Klar. Ein Döner-Chat, ich glaube nicht, dass der so energiereich, so kalorienreich ist, wie wir es brauchen. Ich denke, so eine, ganz ehrlich, ganz unironisch, Chat, ich glaube, so eine Dose oder so ein Glas mit Erdnussbutter, pure Erdnussbutter, wäre gut. Und wäre eine richtig gute Quelle für Energie. Oder MAE, klar, MAE war super. Trockenfleisch geht auch. Schön. Auch trockene Früchte, so getrocknete Früchte. Oder dehydrierte Früchte sind gut. Penis. Boah.
Just set up camp for the night. You can tell by the lovely
Ich
view.
darf das, Dankeschön.
We'll see what it's like in the morning. But this is interesting.
Schön warm.
So minus 4.1 Celsius. It's like 8 PM at night. Press the min max. Minimum minus 25.9, which is like the last couple of days. So we'll see what the temperature is. Like, oh, that's kind of liquid. And probably not piss. And for dinner we have a chewy granola bar. So I'll give you a hint. At minus 4, it ain't a chewy granola bar anymore. Oh. Oh, fuck. 190 calories per bar, apparently. So I think we're gonna have like 4 of them for dinner or something. I had a massive lunch again. Willie and I have now pushed south of the mountains. So we're now
Was ist dein Maintenance? Was ist dein Maintenance? Wie viele Kalorien brauchst du im Ruhebetrieb? Also jetzt zum Beispiel, wenn du nur vom PC sitzt oder so.
approaching what's known as the San Rafael Swell.
Weißt du das?
Which is basically desert.
Ich habe das mal ausgerechnet, ich habe 2300. Also ein bisschen mehr als 2000. Liegt aber daran, weil ich halt 1,90 bin und ja, 1,90 bin. Ich glaube, das ist der einzige Grund.
So no more snow and hopefully no more 10,000 feet. Everything here should be about 6,000 feet or so. The temperature will be a bit milder. I say nighttime temperature is probably around, -5 rather than -10. But yeah, this is about as interesting as it gets at night, really. And I'm gonna have a couple more of these, drink some more ice, and go to bed. So.
Die vegane Wurst schreibt 1800 Standardgröße und Gewicht. Erzähl mir bitte, was eine Standardgröße und ein Standardgewicht ist. Ich bin wirklich gespannt, Bro. Mal gucken, ob ich Standard bin.
I'll see you in the morning. Cheers.
Cheers. Next time.
Ah, tits.
Gerade Four-Wheel-Drive. Oh boy! Boah, was ist zu schön da, ganz ehrlich. Warum hat Amerika so ein tolles Land geklaut? Heilige Scheiße, guck dir das an. Boah, ist fucking zu schön, ernsthaft. Dude, come on, das ist lächerlich. Lächerlich. Wo finde ich das, Chat? In Mecklenburg-Vorpommern? Das ist das ländlichste Gebiet in Deutschland. Was ich kenne.
Hi guys,
Mein Gott, Alter. Not bad, Ed. Zurück zum Unterhaltungsprogramm.
Previously on, will it make it to Moab? I did 700 miles off-road in temperatures ranging from 43 degrees Celsius to minus 10 degrees Celsius. There were deserts, salt flats, mountain passes and so much other chaos that this short...
Ob ich ins Gym gehe? Ja, ich wollte tatsächlich heute nach dem Stream ins Gym gehen. Könntet ihr mich irgendwie nach dem Video... Ich weiß nicht, könntet ihr mich irgendwie am Ende des Streams zwingen, dass ich ins Gym gehe, Chat? Für den Fall, dass ich das jetzt sage und dann wieder vergesse in 20 Minuten oder so. Der würde mir sehr helfen. Danke Redneck für den Resub, vielen Dank für die 37 Monate.
Recap just isn't enough. I don't even have time to explain how I spectacularly blew up the Minijeep and then had to fit the new engine and also do some modifications that I've got up my sleeve. And with that bit of foreshadowing, the story continues. We resume our journey with me waking up in the high desert, glad to be out of the snow.
Well, that's camp all packed up. Gonna head off and try and get to somewhere a little bit warmer, hopefully.
But despite the cold temperatures, my spirits were still high. Apparently.
I'm smiling.
Time to head off and resume our super smooth and professional journey. At super extreme speeds.
Schön. Solche Straßen gibt es einfach nicht in Deutschland. Wisst ihr, was ich sage? Ich bräuchte so ein bisschen irgendwie so ein riesiges, wisst ihr so, ich bräuchte quasi so eine kleine Wüste in Deutschland oder so. So ein riesiges Niemandsland, wo man einfach mit einem Motorrad herheizen kann oder so. Okay, er fährt zum Mars. Wohin muss ich in Deutschland ziehen, um nichts zu sehen? Brandenburg? Okay, ich komme vorbei. Warum liegen da Steine? Ja, warum? Gute Frage.
So yes, welcome to winter on Mars. One problem I now have is conveying to you that while it looks like summer here, it's still absolutely freezing. Luckily though, I'm pretty slick at CGI. And now we get to see if I'm a slick cook as well. You see, I knew it was going to be freezing here, so I bought a muff pot, which is a cooking pot you put on your muffler.
What?
And now I wasn't constantly ramming the front of the Jeep through snow.
Okay, Chat. Ich habe noch nie mein ganzes Leben von einem Kochtopf gehört, den man in einen Auspuff festmacht. Kein Problem. Jetzt bist du ein 24-jähriger Gia-Chat, der bereit ist, die Welt zu erobern. Weißt du? Auch nicht so schlecht. Danke für die 8 Monate.
I could now fit it.
Come on, cook me some sausages. I'm really hoping that my pepperoni hot pocket will get lovely and warm. All of my being cold issues will be solved. Smells like food. So we put the hot pocket in the thing and then on the exhaust pipe. Now the cold air is kind of going to do something like that, so I don't know what's going to happen. Microwave is between 1 and 2 minutes. Doesn't say how long for a 125cc 4-stroke engine at 7,000 RPM. We'll just have to see.
What are you? An idiot sandwich.
With high expectations, I headed off across the desert hoping to make decent progress and hot food at the same time. And after 20 minutes of driving in the minus 5 degrees Celsius air, I stopped to see how hot it was.
Let's check on lunch. Nope, not even close. I'm thinking don't go into 3rd gear because of the added wind chill. So I'm going to stay at 2nd gear about 6,000 RPM, see how that cooks it.
I carried on, and after a while I stopped to look at this rock. Yep, that's a rock.
Schöner Stein.
I drove for the next 60 minutes hoping my lunch was going to get warm, but it just didn't.
Awesome view.
Bitch.
Lukewarm hot pocket.
Gibt's das auch in Brandenburg? Ich glaube nicht, oder? Weil das ist schon ziemlich schön.
After 1 hour. but I'm hungry, so I'm eating it. The muff pot just isn't working, it isn't making stuff hot. So instead, I've just jammed the hot pocket underneath the starter motor on top of the engine, just letting it idle. I really want some hot food. Success! It actually managed to melt the cheese, look!
And if you're French, I do apologise for calling that cheese.
I mean, it's not hot. It's a warm pocket. But it is currently -2, so I'll take it. Ah, it's freezing!
Well, I'm not going to get any warmer just standing around. And while it is much colder driving, I was currently at 7,000 feet elevation and was now making my way south towards Lake Powell and the much warmer 4,000 feet elevation. So time to dig deep and do the 200 miles to get to the warmth. Resume the music.
Fuck me in the head. Nearly rolled it. Whee! Oh, fuck. I don't know what point this does roll over, but it really will come quite close a couple of times.
Chat, ich lese das schon den ganzen Stream. Ist bei euch wirklich immer noch so warm? Ich will mich nicht falsch stellen. Ich sitze hier in einem Raum, wo alle Fenster und so zu sind, aufgrund von akustischen Gründen. Ist ein bisschen warm, aber es ist nicht so warm, wie er das die ganze Zeit beschreibt. Wirklich so mega scheiße. Oh mein Gott, okay. Dann lehnt euch wieder zurück, trinke was. Na, ich trinke auch was.
The going was tough, but I kept on pushing through. Although I did get a bit delirious and imagined George R.R. Martin taking a break from writing Game of Thrones to take a Jeep adventure.
Where you been?
Started out north of Salt Lake City.
Yeah?
Then went up to the Idaho border. Then went to West Wendover on the Nevada border. And now down to here.
Good for you! How could you get a shot of this guy?
Can I take your picture?
Oh, of course, yeah.
You even have a worthy seat cover.
Beaded seat cover. I need. Oh, yeah. If I didn't have that, I'd be rotting in half.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, it's like...
Do you have any water that isn't frozen? Because, like, I've got loads of water. It's just all frozen solid. Oh, thank you so much.
Do you need anything else?
If you got a hot burger and fries, that'd be lovely. I tried heating up a hot pocket on the engine block earlier on, and it sort of worked, but it was miserable.
That'll do me. Your YouTube channel again.
C90 Adventures. The second episode of this journey's just clicked over 3 million views in a week.
All right.
Wow, that's great.
People seem to be enjoying this stupidity. I'm trying to work out if I am or not.
You'll see and do things that most people will never have the opportunity to. We'll let you get out in the sun and warm up.
Are you going to be okay with me like cutting some bits together like you giving me the water? I always ask.
We would love to be on your...
Well, you might see yourself on the channel.
See ya.
All right.
Cool. Cheers, have fun.
Safe.
I'll give it a go.
Love.
Cheers. I've got some water that I can pour now. Got to drink it before it freezes. Ugh, that's cold.
With my rest stop.
Diese Art von Gesprächen, Chat, in Amerika kannst du mit eigentlich allen führen. Als ich in Amerika war, ich bin immer so ein sehr kommunikativer Mensch, wenn ich irgendwie unterwegs bin, Chat. Ich habe einfach alle angequatscht. Und alle haben immer so zumindest Smalltalk gemacht. So wie die. Und haben sich übel gefreut und so, haben gefragt, wo man herkommt und so. Die sind alle sehr oberflächlich nice da in Amerika. Aber eher so oberflächlich.
Over and the sun's starting to get a bit low in the sky. It was time to carry on pushing south to get to warmer climes.
Hier in Deutschland kannst du auch alles und jeden ansprechen. Nicht jeden. Also du kannst sie ansprechen, aber nicht alle reden mit dir.
Do not adjust your monitors. It really is this orange.
China.
Brief stop for some maintenance.
I've got to make this quick because everything's about to get very cold, but I hit a rock or something. And the tracking's out. This one is towed out. So if you adjust that in, Look, that's loose. Okay, well I didn't bend anything then, it's just rattled. Yeah, that's towed out, which means you need to make that rod longer. Right. Okay, you're straight, you're basically straight.
What happens in Thailand stays in Thailand.
And I found a campfire, somebody left a piece of wood in. I'm going to use that to make hot sausages tonight.
I drove as the sun set, bringing out the pretty oranges of the desert landscape, before eventually it got dark, and I found a camping spot for the night with a fire pit and some leftover firewood. I used the heat of the fire to turn my ice into water, before it was food time.
Campingwürstchen sind beste Würstchen, Chat.
Onlyfans.com/C90 Adventures.
My ultimate goal is to have a hot drink. I mean, I have melted the bottle. I've got a hot beverage for tonight. I'm going to finish this and go to bed. I'll see you in the morning.
In the morning, I opened the door of my tent and was surprised to see I'd somehow woken up in a postcard. God, this place is pretty.
Yep. Das ist wirklich schön. Was ein verrückter Ort, ey.
Cold, but very pretty.
That's a very inviting seat for the morning. The temperature is -6.4. And I'm going to cheer myself up with a nice cup of hot water.
I used the sun to dry the moisture out of my sleeping bag before packing up camp and heading.
Ich finde es faszinierend, Chat. Für mich sieht das nicht kalt aus, wisst ihr? Aber es ist scheinbar sehr kalt.
No. Oh, sorry. Let me help you understand just how beautiful today's drive is going to be.
Ich meine, guck mal, ganz kurz noch. Sieht aus wie ein anderer Planet.
Ah, tits.
Ich liebe Steine, Chat. Guck dir das an, guck dir, wie die geschichtet sind. Und unten sind die sogar teilweise schon von Erosion losgelöst. Ich würde es sehr genießen da.
Right,
Okay.
let's
What
stop
now?
and have a look at this.
I think we're going to be okay. Just going to go a little bit to the right where it hasn't been wallowed out by all the other vehicles, and we'll see.
Whoa! Ist wirklich der Mond plötzlich.
I think we're all in agreement that today's drive has been pretty awesome. Well, you ain't seen nothing yet, and neither had I. Having already driven on Mars and the Moon, I thought today's drive couldn't get any better. I was wrong.
Auch sehr schön.
To have scenery like this is one thing, but for someone like me that has spent his entire life watching his hobby of off-roading gradually become more and more illegal, what I saw next was mind-blowing.
Europeans, I hope you sat down for this. This area, which is Factory Butte, is an open area for vehicles where you can just drive and have fun. So,
Ich bin neidisch.
sorry to all the Europeans that have just died from a heart attack from seeing that. But, yeah, you should enjoy seeing this.
Every year, Europe loses more and more trails. The walking Nazis already have sole use of almost all off-road routes.
Walking Nazis. Ey, er kommt aus Großbritannien, also wenn man es nicht vorher schon gemerkt hätte.
But that's not how Nazis work. They want 100%. And eventually, all off-roading will be illegal there. And I'm sorry to report that 40% of the trails around Moab were closed in 2008, and the Southern Utah Wilderness Alliance, commonly known as Bunch of Dicks, are currently fighting to get 50% of what's left closed as well. Unless we stand up to the dullards that only accept knitting and hiking as acceptable hobbies, trips like I'm taking now will become illegal in my lifetime. And you may think I'm being a bit dramatic, but what you're currently watching is an Englishman forced to leave his country to have fun and live his dreams. This is what I was put on this planet to do. This is what makes me happy.
Okay, well, I'm just going to call for... Oh. Time to fix it myself.
Well, we're fucked now. Halfway.
But for the moment, I'm allowed to drive on this arid pile of dust.
Yeah!
And see how close I can get to the cliffs of this butte. I'll give you a hint. I've only got 8 horsepower.
Please don't tip. There's Factory Butte. I don't think I've got the power to get to it. Whoa. Front wheels up in the air. Mummy. Mummy.
Steig ab und zieh das Ding hoch.
God. Okay, that was concerning. Oh, I'm gonna empty my underpants.
Well, not being afraid of trying the same stupid idea multiple times, let's have another go. What's the worst that
Dank für
can
die
happen?
61 Monate.
Shit. Brakes are not holding me.
And as they say, the definition of insanity is trying the same thing multiple times and expecting a different, oh, I made it! Awesome!
Yeah!
And speaking of things going well, viewers of my KTM 500 Moab adventure will remember that the auto tracking and collision avoidance of a DJI drone wasn't exactly the best. But good news, because now when you set the drone to follow you, it's perfect. Perfectly good at thinking that this piece of dust is me. Fucking idiot. Still, at least I'm now less worried about successful Chinese drone strikes. But sometimes it did work, and I hope it helps show just how cool this place is.
Mal so viele politische Anspielungen, Alter. Irgendwann, Chat, rächt sich der YouTube-Algorithmus und schlägt seine Videos nicht mehr vor.
With the sunset.
Ironischerweise, Chat, er hatte auch mal ziemlich harte, da hat er auch wieder über die Walking Nazis, ich zitiere ihn, gesprochen. Ziemlich harte Sachen gesagt. Das war, glaube ich, seine ersten Folge oder so. Und die hat er neu hochladen müssen, beziehungsweise hat neu hochgeladen. Manchmal da hat er ein großes Plappermaul.
It was unfortunately time to leave Factory Butte, ready to continue having fun the following day. And the following day, I decided to finish off any Europeans that didn't collapse with yesterday's dose of freedom. I present to you a second off-road play area, Swing Arm City. Now there's a problem here. Swing Arm City is an incredible place where a combination of steep shale rock formations, godlike driving abilities, and amazing editing could make me look like I'm
packing the kind of tackle that you'd normally expect to find swinging about between the hind legs of a Grand National winner.
But there was a problem. You see, while I started off with this shot, I then tried one of these spectacular 45-degree climbs.
Das ist eine Person, schau mal. Kampierender. Oh, wie cool ist das bitte? Wie cool ist das bitte, mit einem Jeep da oben hochzuballern, Chat, oder da oben zu wenden und dann wieder runterzufahren, oder dass man runtertumbelt.
I made it this far.
And to make things...
Denk dran, ne? Wenn das steil aussieht auf der Kamera, dann ist das noch viel steiler in Real Life. Kameras können nie so wirklich die Steigung aufnehmen.
Worse, I then bumped into two riders called Kurt and Chris offered to film me, which truly revealed just how ridiculous I look in this Minijeep. So I've got no choice but to choose some more appropriate music and give up on the big dick energy. Here we go. In case you're wondering, one-handed enduro riding and filming is quite difficult. Luckily though, Chris is a professional and carried right on.
Kurt and Chris.
Hell yeah.
At the moment, your faces are just visors.
We're better off known this way, I guess, right? Meet you, man.
Likewise, have fun.
Eventually it was time for Kurt and Chris to leave me to it and ride off like badasses. And now I'm free to film myself, I can go back to making myself look like a badass too. Just gotta get myself unstuck first.
Oh ja, ganz wichtig vorgelesen. Ruby, danke übrigens für die 10 Monate Resub. Danke Viperino für deine 42 und Timsa69 danke für die 17 Monate. Sorry fürs lange warten lassen. War zu abgelenkt vom Video. Go. Jetzt erinnert sich jemand an den Film.
Looking like a badass was going pretty well. I mean, this looks cool, right? I continue to drive around for a bit, trying to go up the cool slopes, and then failing to get up the cool slopes. Bollocks. So I stuck to level ground, where I would look awesome. I'm never...
Guck mal, wie viele Leute sind da quasi hochgefahren und dann wieder runtergefahren? Guck dir das an. Das ist ein riesiger Abenteuerspielplatz.
Getting late again, am I? Ah, maybe the problem is I'm not using the auto-tracking feature on my drone. Okay, right. Let's enable full autopilot. Have it follow me and point the camera at me. I'll let go of the sticks completely and... Pow! It flies itself full speed into my neck.
Well, why do you...
Ist wirklich die Drohne mit dem Autofollow das Problem oder ist der Benutzer der Drohne das Problem? Das ist so wie bei fast allen PC-Problemen, Chat. Eigentlich ist nicht immer, also eigentlich ist es nie Windows 11 schuld, sind wir ehrlich. Oder Windows irgendwas.
Wear full motorcycle gear while driving a Minijeep. That's in case your Chinese DJI drone flies into you flat out.
Ich weiß nicht, hat jemand von euch eine Drohne? Ich habe keine Drohne, Chat, ich habe keine Ahnung.
Did you survive, dickhead? Maybe. Your tracking software sucks. Except the last drone shot we get.
Oh, der benutzt das Handy als Display? Chat, don't hate, okay, ich habe keine Ahnung von Drohnen.
Well, no way. I mean, you're a resilient little bastard. Well, I think that'll do for drone footage, seeing as it just tried to kill me.
Well, luckily the drone was okay, so I didn't need to buy a new one. But if I did, I'd be sure to use today's video sponsor, PayPal.
Just found the end of the spring that's broken off. Maybe I've just got less spring on the pedal? Dangerous, even with 8 horsepower.
I tried loosening the throttle pedal assembly just a little bit to see if it was binding, but that didn't fix it. What it actually required was a very delicate amount of oil applying to lubricate it.
No,
Was passiert da? Oh mein Gott, Bro.
Oiling, abusively.
Das Öl tropft auf den Boden.
Hey, look at that!
I'm an engineer.
Doing. I think fate is trying to tell me to leave Swingarm City because I got hit in the neck by a drone and now my throttle cable is jammed open. I'm going to head on.
We left Swingarm City and were forced to do about 10 miles of tarmac before we could do the final 100 miles of off-road to get down to Bullfrog to get the ferry across Lake Powell.
Check.
And once back on the trail network, the sun got lower and lower and was now frequently hiding behind rock formations before it eventually went behind the mountains for the final time today. The routes here are a bit limited, and to avoid destroying my tyres, I had to do another 10,000 foot mountain pass. We slowly climbed from the flat valley at 6,000 feet upwards. With every bit of elevation, the temperature dropped more and more until eventually snow started appearing again. Hopeful Willie and I wouldn't once again get stuck and have to turn around, we carried on. Eventually the sun set, the temperature plummeted.
Streng genommen, Chat, er hätte die Bremse nicht ölen sollen, sondern eigentlich benutzt man dafür Fett. Übrigens, nur so ganz nebenbei, Chat. Schmierfett, um genau zu sein. Aber das hat er gerade nicht da gehabt, deswegen hat er Öl verwendet. Weil ihr immer noch über redet im Chat. 2 Minuten nach der Szene.
Really slow progress. Time for this lonesome traveller devoid of female company for 5 days to seek shelter.
Lonesome Beaver Campground.
Übrigens, Chat, dieses Bureau of Land Management, das nennt sich abgekürzt, Chat, BLM Land. Das ist nicht Black Lives Matter, sondern Bureau of Land Management Land. Das ist quasi das Land, wo du als Amerikaner oder als Gast in Amerika mehr oder weniger alles machen darfst, was du willst. Das ist quasi Land, was der Allgemeinheit gehört. So nebenbei. BLM Land, Chat, falls ihr es noch nie gehört habt.
Which is probably the most inviting thing I've seen for quite a few days.
Aware that carrying on tonight was a bad idea, I decided to stay here for the night.
Du könntest da auch tatsächlich Öl schürfen, Gold schürfen oder sowas. Zumindest haben die das auf Reddit geschrieben. Ich weiß nicht, ob es wirklich wahr ist. Vertrau nicht auf meine Aussage, bevor du Gold schürfen gehst.
Excited about the prospect of this lonely beaver. And for the 1046th time in my life, I enacted a scene from a horror movie. This time walking off into the darkness to find a camping spot and search them for leftover firewood. Of course I returned safe and sound and decided the nearest spot was the best one. And fun fact, I haven't watched a horror movie in 17 years now, which probably explains why I'm able to explore forests alone at night without fear.
Ich war Samstag im Kino in einem Horrorfilm-Chat. Der Horrorfilm hieß Boogeyman und das war, glaube ich, der schlechteste Film, den ich seit Ewigkeiten gesehen habe. Bestimmt 10 Jahre oder so. Chat, war richtig, richtig scheiße. Aber ich war nicht im Kino für den guten Film, sondern eigentlich nur, um im Kino zu sein. Danke übrigens für Destiny für die 56 Monate. Und Guanaco91 Chat hat gerade T1 gesubbt. Ganz frisch zum allerersten Mal. Guanaco, du weißt ganz genau. Du bist für immer hier. Dankeschön für eure Subs, Jungs.
There's nothing scary about this at all.
Ja, Boogeyman war kacke, leider. War kein guter Film-Chat. Cocaine Bear war auch schon schlecht. Nee, Cocaine Bear war auch schlecht, aber Cocaine Bear war besser als Boogeyman. Boogeyman war der generischste Horrorfilm, den ich jemals in meinem Leben gesehen habe. Den hätte ich directen können, Chat. Und ich hätte vermutlich besser directed als der Typ.
Jump scare at my tent. And the world's worst guitar. Seriously though, there's nothing to worry about. It's all smiles here.
What's quite cool now is that now I've been doing this for about a week, I've started to acclimatise and it's now -7 and I don't really need gloves anymore when I'm doing this. My metabolism has really kicked up a notch. I've got to eat a lot more food now, but it's lovely not being cold anymore. Speaking of which, time for a fire and time for sausages.
So no lonely beaver tonight, I just have to make do with sausage. To achieve this, I deployed my excellent firelighting skills again, and I hope you realise just how amazing I am to be able to light a fire just using wood and a single spark.
Klar.
As the temperature dropped, the fire gave me comfort, and the calories from the sausages would fuel a warm night's sleep.
Ich muss ganz ehrlich sagen, Chat, der geilste Schlaf, den ich jemals im Leben hatte, war immer vollgefressen. Nicht unbedingt gut für die Figur, ja, aber ich liebe es, vollgefressen zu schlafen, Chat.
Good morning! The temperature is -8.3 degrees Celsius. And at night it reached -9.2. Lovely and warm. And we'll set up the GoPro here and we'll get some thrilling footage of me packing away camp, hopefully for the last time in snow.
Helpfully the tent poles had frozen together, but luckily I had a solution for that. I then made myself a lovely breakfast. I made some hot. It's only water, but look, it's all I've got, alright? But Ed, why was your morning meal only liquid?
I've made a fatal error with breakfast. Well, if I need a hammer later on, I know what I can use.
Once again, I did my normal routine of turning on the choke, starting wheeling, and then heading off. Well, not just yet.
My engine temperature is
-10. I'm gonna let it warm up just slightly.
Once warmed up, I headed off to try and push through the snow.
Das ist eine ganz blöde Frage, Chat. Aber warum lässt man den Motor eigentlich warm laufen? Ich weiß, das klingt jetzt wieder albern für dich, Aber warum eigentlich? Damit der auf Temperatur kommt. Ich könnte mir jetzt ausmalen in meinem Kopf, Metall weitet sich aus, wenn es warm wird. Also, man könnte sagen, der Motor ist nicht gut genug gefertigt, sodass er warm werden muss, damit die Passungen passen. Keine Ahnung. Öl ist wichtig, dass es heiß ist, sagt er. Die Viskosität vom Öl, ja, die nimmt zu, ne? Also nimmt ab. Also wenn etwas viskos ist, dann ist es dickflüssig. Wenn es weniger viskos ist, ist es weniger dickflüssig, also dünnflüssiger. Okay. Heißt das, dass kaltes, viskoses Öl quasi nicht auf die ganzen Zahnräder kommt und nicht in die ganzen Ecken oder so? Oder ich lese einfach, was ihr schreibt und lasst das Video weiterlaufen, okay? Boom.
Stopped progress last night. Apparently still grumpy about my lack of breakfast.
Aber ihr schreibt, jo, okay.
Yeah, progress wasn't looking good.
It's been going better.
But luckily there was a guy called Clive here who could give me some reassuring advice that things were going to get easier up ahead.
Yeah, it gets steeper up there.
Ah, tits.
I decided to call it and just hop on the bike.
Just so I can see then what's up ahead of me. Are you saying that can't get up there?
Not really. Yeah, she's a snow dog. She loves the snow.
Oh mein Gott, guck mal, wie glücklich. Oh mein Gott. Das ist so ein süßer Hund.
Clive unloaded his bike and carried on, leaving me to continue the struggle.
Hier gibt er Gas. Oh nein, Monka.
Oh no, you don't, you fucker.
And it wasn't long before Clive turned round and came back.
What's it like?
It gets steep. I can't even make it with this.
Same shit, but worse.
I'll drive you up there if you want in the truck. I can see the crest of the pass.
The problem I've got here is, like, if it was all this, I'd be able to be fine.
And that isn't nearly as well packed as this. It's a lot more rutted up there.
I hate turning round.
I was still aching from spending 8 hours pushing Willie through the snow in the last video, so I took up Clive on his offer of a scouting mission.
I'll go get the...
Nur so nebenbei, Chat. Seht ihr übrigens seinen passiv-aggressiven Aufruf für ein Sponsorband. Danke übrigens Partography für die 16 Monate und Cassian für die 36 Monate. Dankeschön für die lange Zeit.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
And it wasn't looking good.
Okay, yeah, so this is looking miserable.
Oh, this is the
Hast du gesehen?
Oh
Ab
dear.
hier.
Yeah, this snow in the center here is...
Applaus.
Yeah, this is pretty much not doable for me. That would take like an entire day, I think, to finish this, if I've got the energy. I think it's time to admit defeat. Can't make it over this pass. It's annoying because it's probably just there.
So with that amazingly smooth editing, and the realisation that I wasn't going to make it over this pass, I then decided to allow the funny thing called fate to occur. You see, the reason for taking this pass was to avoid loads of highway miles destroying my tyres, and Clive just happened to be going to the other side of the mountain on the highway.
Wie cool ist
So I
das
took him
bitte?
up on his offer of a lift, and we loaded the Minijeep in the back of his truck, went back the way I'd come yesterday, before doing some highway miles around the mountain.
Sehr, sehr nice.
And then gently unloaded Willie the other end.
Nur so nebenbei, Alter. Da ist ein Ami, der mit seinem Hund, seinem Auto und seiner Crossmaschine irgendwo auf den Berg fährt und dann trifft er unseren Homie hier und dann nimmt er die Zeit aus seinem Tag, um ihn woanders hinzufahren. Wie korrekt ist das bitte? Verlangt ihr jetzt Geld? Garantiert nicht.
Say my goodbyes and thank you.
Thank you so much for helping me in my time of need. No problem. Otherwise I'd still be rattling down that mountain now.
Cooler Typ,
Well,
ey.
Willie, time to carry on.
Ich hätte mich noch ein bisschen mehr bedankt. Nur so nebenbei.
With the impassable mountain behind me, I carried on south towards the ferry.
Aber Chat, diese Art von Freundlichkeit trifft man in Amerika relativ häufig. Wirklich. Irgendwie sind die da alle sehr oberflächlich, hilfsbereit immer so. Die haben sicherlich keine Nummer ausgetauscht, den sehe ich nie wieder, aber so einmal kurz helfen tun sie sich alle. So kam mir das auf jeden Fall vor, als ich da war.
There's not too much to report about the final 100 miles until I got to the lake, but the scenery here is very pretty. And as I discovered while editing this, apparently so is this post. I followed my...
Und natürlich, Chat, ne, das ist auch immer wahr. Hautfarbe ist auch immer ganz, ganz wichtig. Hast du zugenommen? Permaban.
maps and did as much off-roading as I
Kommst hier rein, Bro, nach wie vielen Monaten und fragst, ob ich fett geworden bin? Das sind die Zuschauer-Chat, die mich nur triggern wollen.
could. And I was expecting another 20 miles of tarmac during this leg, but it turns out there was another secret off-road route I didn't know about.
Right, I've come across this map in the middle of nowhere, and it shows a trail which isn't on my map, and is an unimproved road. So I think...
Oh, another post.
Willie and I can do it. And it's all downhill. Well, down, that's downhill.
Das ist schlechte Laune, Chat. Jetzt habe ich das Gefühl, gucken wieder nur Leute zu mich hassen. Ein großes charakteristisches Problem an mir. Alles ist immer gut, solange die Kommentare gut sind. Ein Kommentar, der nicht negativ, positiv ist, und ich bin gleich am Wanken. Wonka. Aber das ist eine Ausnahme. Und er meint es vermutlich gar nicht böse. Er meint es gar nicht so böse, wie ich es aufgefasst habe. Da bin ich mir ziemlich sicher. Könnt ihr den guten Mann wieder entbannen? Bann ihn für eine Woche oder für 3 Monate oder so, auch nicht für immer.
Newly discovered route, which went well.
Oh, that was a big one. Oh, my ass. This is not what a Minijeep is supposed to do. Probably looks like nothing.
Das ist dann der erste Nachricht im Chat? Ja, dann lass ihn einfach für immer weg.
Come on, Willie. Come on. Yeah! These brakes are not good enough to hold this. Ah! Oh dear.
Ich schaue immer auf meinen Chat. Mein Chat ist mir sehr wichtig, Chat. Ich kann das nicht wegignorieren. Ich bin nicht hier, um mich von euch beleidigen zu lassen. Wenn ihr das... Ich weiß, andere Streamer, die sind nur da, um sie zu beleidigen, Chat. Wenn das hier bei mir der Fall wäre, ich würde nie wieder online kommen. Ich weiß es sehr zu schätzen, dass ihr hier seid. Es ist keine Hackbox-Chat. Ihr müsst nicht nur nett zu mir sein, ihr könnt scheiße zu mir sein. Aber bitte wählt die richtigen Worte. Okay? Das ist alles, was ich erwarte. Keine Ahnung, ich sage auch nichts Beschissenes über euch.
No, it's gonna go over backwards. I wheelie the Minijeep. Now I need to empty my underpants.
Beobachte jede Nacht, ihr schreibt. Sehr gut, ich hoffe alles.
Oh wow. Such a shame you'll never really get the beauty of this place. Watch it in 4K.
Das finde ich nicht in Brandenburg, okay? Das ist wunderschön.
Progress was slow, so unfortunately it wouldn't be long before the sun set completely, and that'd make travelling even more difficult. Still, the twilight did make the rocks even more spectacular. Didn't make the terrain any easier though.
4K kommt hier nicht an.
Well, hey, no.
Ja, 4K kommt auch nicht auf YouTube an, nur so nebenbei.
Nobody gonna help me push.
Now pretty exhausted, Willie and I battled on, left the canyon, and then had 2 visual treats. The first one being the beautiful horizon, and the second one being some lights appearing in the distance.
Danke, Klaus Henriette und Fusselbürstel.
It was a hotel, which after an incredibly tiring day, was a very welcome sight for my battered bones and anus.
Well, holy shit, there's a person there. And an open sign. If they're not open, I'm stealing the open sign, because that's unfair.
Danke, Scholle, hallo. Danke, Zerset nochmal für diese
Well, that was a lovely night's sleep, and I got loads of food, and I'm lovely and warm, and the sun's out, and I've now got 12 miles to get to Bullfrog, where I then get the ferry across Lake Powell, and then carry on to Moab. So, let's head off.
I drove out of the hotel car park, and because it's Utah, I then immediately entered an incredible trail network. What a lovely way to spend the morning. I'll go on then, I'll film a tripod shot for you.
Something like that.
With the shot in the bag, we carried on, and Willie had now developed an interesting fault.
Ich sage die ganze Zeit Brandenburg, weil ich am Anfang meinte, das ist alles sehr wunderschön da und da ist riesig viel offenes Land. Warum habe ich in Deutschland nicht quasi riesig offenes Land, wo man in Anführungszeichen machen darf, was man will? Aber das sieht nicht aus wie Brandenburg.
On even the slightest bump, the rear wheels would now rub on the wheel arches.
Oder?
At this
Ich weiß es
point in
nicht, komm
time,
nicht aus
I assumed
Brandenburg.
it was just the suspension wearing out, and nothing major. In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
Come on, wheel arch, just wear away, stop making the noise. Yeah.
Wo fand ich eben das Ding?
Bad noises. Bad noises.
Loud noises!
The trails were fun, the scenery was spectacular, and changing gear now resembled stirring soup. But it was all good. Nothing was going to stop us catching this ferry. continued hopping from trail to trail before taking a slight detour to call into a petrol station to get some fuel and an ice cold beer. Unfortunately, they only had pizza cold beer, so I only got the petrol.
Bait and Tackle, Gift Shop and Apparel, Clean Restrooms, Ice Cream, Old Fashioned Burgers. Was auch immer das bedeuten mag.
Is pizza cold beer hot like pizza or cold like... Never mind.
Did you build that? No, I bought it.
Oh, and I keep getting asked, this Minijeep is a Coolster Minijeep, which I think is the highest quality of all the Chinese Minijeeps, and there's a link in the description if you want to buy one, if you're also mental.
Whoa, on sale, boys. Nur $2,300. For kids.
It's only got 8 horsepower, but it is amazing where it goes.
You're traveling all over.
Done probably 800 miles now on this trip. You going out on the water today?
There's my number.
Sweet. And that's you.
What a nice guy.
Das ist so normal übrigens, Chat. Ich habe immer noch Karten von Leuten, die ich aus Amerika getroffen habe.
Seems like the kind of guy that would really help me out if I was in need.
Es gab mal sogar jemanden, Chat, der mich irgendwann um 4 Uhr morgens angerufen, weil ich ihm meine Nummer gegeben hatte. Ich weiß nur nicht, was er von mir wollte. Und er hat auch nicht auf meinen Call geantwortet. Aber er hat um 4 Uhr nachts angerufen hier.
In the business, we also call this foreshadowing. Fueled up and with Kyle's phone number, I did the remaining 10 miles to Bullfrog with nothing much happening. Although I did think I was going to fall in this Mini-Jeep-sized trench.
Oh, der ist aber ziemlich eng, Alter. Da reinrutscht.
This is nerve-wracking.
Like I said, I did the remaining 10 miles to get to Bullfrog to catch the ferry. But when I got there was an issue.
Ich bin ganz ehrlich, Chat, der Typ, der mich da aus Amerika um 4 Uhr nachts angerufen hat, ich weiß gar nicht, ob der so genau verstanden hat, dass ich da eigentlich nur Tourist war. Ich glaube, der hat das eher so verstanden, dass ich da lebe. Das ist ein bisschen schwierig mit Amis, Chat. Manchmal verstehen die nicht so richtig, was man denen versucht zu sagen, auch wenn man sich normal ausdrückt.
You know that foreshadowing I talked about?
I've just found a problem. The tyre is rubbing the wheel arch, like, a lot. Keep that for later. Let's see if you can spot the problem with the chassis.
Ah. Ist gebrochen. Was jetzt? Ich habe nicht das Gefühl, dass dieser ganze Jeep $2.300 wert ist, übrigens, Chat. Eher so $300.
I've broken the back end of Willie off. And that's a problem.
And while we're talking about that foreshadowing, Kyle phoned me up to see if I needed anything.
Nett.
Hello?
Before paying me a visit, learning about my dilemma.
Den Typen, den er gerade eben an der Tanke getroffen hat, kommt jetzt vorbei und hilft ihm. Das ist Amerika, Chat.
Broken the back of it. The chassis rails have actually snapped.
And then loaded Willie on his trailer to go and take me to a welder.
Geil.
Okay guys, you know the deal. Someone's got to wank Kyle off now. Determined to help me out, he took me to every workshop there was to get Willie repaired.
Do you know anyone around here that's got...
Und er trinkt einen Zero Sugar Monster Energy Drink, Chat. Ein wahrer Amerikaner. Ein Patriot.
Do you know anyone around here that's got a MIG welder? Do a quick weld on some box section.
However, there was a problem. Because of liability issues or just general disinterest, no one here wanted to help.
Well, on something like this, I'd have to talk to the boss.
Is there any amount of money that can get us a welder in town?
And the next town was 1 hour north.
You can't take me to Hanksville.
And unfortunately, everyone's generosity has a limit. Luckily though, this wasn't everyone, this was Kyle. So Kyle handed me the keys to his truck to do the 2-hour drive to go and get the
What the fuck, Alter?
repairs done, while him and his son went fishing on the lake.
Dude. Chat, so viel Negatives ich in Amerika finden kann. Ich hätte großen Zweifel, dass das in Deutschland passiert.
This is madness.
Stell dir vor, ich würde ein Auto fahren für 2 Stunden.
Fine, I'll wank Kyle off. Any views expressed about sexual favours in return for welding repairs are not those of anyone else in this video, they are purely those of C90 Adventures. Hand job. Hand job.
Everybody gets a
Hand job.
Right, I'm now driving. I'm driving Kyle's truck. All the way back to Hanksville.
Once there, I found someone to do the welding, but they wanted to remain totally anonymous. So, this is all I can show. But thank you so much, kind and helpful anonymous person. You have no idea how much you helped me out.
Krass.
With the repairs done, I headed back to the previous night's hotel, ready to rejoin Kyle and his son in the morning.
Tatsächlich. In Deutschland hätte ich ja auch so einen Spruch erwartet, von wegen, sie können das Auto nicht fahren, die sind nicht versichert, wenn sie Fahrzeugführer sind oder sowas, ja. Das wäre ultra German.
However, when I got to the lake in the morning, there was some very bad news. Don't worry, Kyle and his son were okay, but me getting the ferry across the lake, that was not.
So, I finally made it to Bullfrog, and now I'm here. I'm going to get the ferry across Lake Powell. The problem is, the ferry isn't running because the water's too low, and it's like a 150 mile detour around Lake Powell, which would be a big problem, because it's tarmac, my tyres are going to get scrubbed, I just can't do it. However, if you remember, and also do some modifications that I've got up my sleeve. And so, I now present to you my modifications. Willy is now
Nein. Nein. Macht er nicht.
amphibious. He floats, and we're gonna go across the lake.
Ja, man lässt mir keine Wahl. Ich muss das Video liken.
I haven't tested the conversion.
Wenn du jetzt gleich das Video beendest, ohne zu zeigen, wie es floatet, drehe ich durch. Okay. Das ist akzeptabel. Guter Clickbait für das nächste Video. Und er editiert mit Adobe.
And in the next video, I attempt to drive 1.2 miles across a lake. If you'd like to help support stupid things like this happen.
Ja, Bro, Alter. Ich like dein Video. Und hier. Ich hab's komplett angesehen. Klick den Sponsor an, warum nicht? Okay, ich klicke auf das und dann strebere ich ab. Gerne. Ich hoffe, es hat geholfen. Holy shit, Chat. Was eine geile Sau, oder? Holy shit, Mann. Gutes Video, wie ich finde. Zumindest. Erinnert sich irgendjemand von euch aus diesen wundervollen, an diese wundervollen Videos? Nun, es ist quasi ein Video, Chat, wo jemand mit einem Minijeep durch MOAB fährt. Und MOAB ist irgendwie so eine Art Bundesland in Amerika oder so. Keine Ahnung, das ist ein guter Vibe und so. Es geht 47 Minuten lang, Chat. Da können wir ein bisschen chillen. Ich komme rein. So. Ich muss mich auch erstmal daran gewöhnen, überhaupt wieder live zu sein. Und, ach ja, noch was, Chat. Ja, ich schlafe ganz komisch derzeit. Also eigentlich ganz normal und so. Ich wach so auf morgens um 9. Das ist für mich komisch. Ja, also. Mit anderen wollten wir vielleicht mal ein bisschen früher streamen ab jetzt und vielleicht auch ein kleines bisschen früher aufhören und das finde ich irgendwie so bis 3 Uhr durchballern. Und jetzt aber.
Will it make it to MOAB?
Okay, laut, glaube ich. Test. Moment, das ist gar nicht laut. Warum ist es so laut für mich?
Willy is now amphibious. And
Ja, sorry, Jungs, ich weiß gar nicht, was los ist, Alter. Ich muss chillen. Entweder das Video übel laut gepublished oder ein bisschen mehr, oder? So. Novikov, Dankeschön, Bro. Du hast einen Namen von den Typen aus Hitman. Novikov war so ein Dude, den ich umgebracht habe mit Hitman. Dankeschön, Novikov, für die 58 Monate. Dankeschön, Kebi, Bistro für den T1, geiler Hund. Dankeschön, Deepast, Alki, Shaitan, Sebi und natürlich nochmal Paddel. Grüne Chat übrigens noch 10 Euro gespendet, Chat. Tut mir leid. Von mir auch was für die Hundis. Danke übrigens, Jungs. Ich werde tatsächlich spenden, die ihr mir gebt. Ich nutze das wirklich für Hundefutter. Ich zeige euch das am Montag auf Insta. Du schreibst, ich wäre bestimmt ein 1A-Rudelführer. Freue mich schon, unser neuer Broski in Stream zu machen, chillt. Wäre schon cool, Chat, wenn er so ein kleiner Hund die ganze Zeit rumflitzen würde. Keine Ahnung. Nicht so anspringen würde oder so. Zumindest. Lass jetzt erstmal. Chat, oh mein Gott, also ich stelle mir das so schön vor, Chat quasi so einen Hundi zu haben, den man so kraulen kann und streicheln kann. Vor allem, wenn er irgendwie so jetzt. Oh mein Gott, ich hoffe, über das Tierheim zu reden. Chat, lass uns einfach das scheiß Video gucken.
Across the lake.
Ich bin immer im Kopf voll im Tierheim. Ich kann es nicht vergessen.
On the side of a lake with an amphibious Minijeep. Now, I obviously didn't just find this conversion on the lakeside, so how is this possible? Well, if you remember Nate from the beginning of this journey that helped me do the engine change, he said if you ever come up with another stupid idea, to let him know. And after the engine blew up in episode 3, I sent him this technical drawing. He loved the idea, and I drove up.
Was ist das für eine Rakete, die da unten zwischen seinen Beinen hängt?
To Salt Lake City, where we built the amphibious conversion. I didn't bother
Jetzt ist das Video doch wieder lauter. Ich glaube, das Intro war übel laut und jetzt ist es wieder leiser. Okay.
filming it because it wasn't really that interesting. Only kidding. Epic 80s super awesome build montage time. Contenders ready. Featuring Ed March from the stupid part of the internet, Nate Gold from Fox Fab Laser and Machining Incorporated, versus Moronic Engineering Challenge. Fight.
I'm back and I've brought chaos again. I'm converting the Jeep to be amphibious.
Now there's no book on how to build an amphibious mini-Jeep, so we're just going to have to rely on basic mechanical principles and a good old-fashioned British plucky spirit.
Ganz kurz, Jungs, helfen die Untertitel oder irritieren die Untertitel? Danke übrigens Defi, P4Now, Oshokan und natürlich Ralle für den Resubs, Jungs, danke. Und tut mir leid, wenn ich irgendjemanden nicht vorgelesen habe. Liegt einfach nur daran, dass ich gerade ein bisschen überfordert bin. Nerven, irritieren. Okay, dann machen wir es aus. Ich hoffe, ihr könnt alle Englisch. Yes, you speak English? Very good, bro. So, we do the English video now and relax.
This is going to work out perfectly.
Okay? Oh, okay.
Probably. First, we assembled the pontoon boat that I'd had sent here, and after admiring the awesome colour coordination that I'd managed, we set about working out how the hell you design and build this thing.
What do you envision?
Realising my technical drawing might be missing some details, we set about working them out. A crucial piece of information is the centre
Das ist alles so komisch, ich muss alles... Sorry.
of gravity of the Jeep. Easiest method to get this? Balance it on a piece of wood on a trolley jack, and when the Jeep requires minimal force to rock up and down, you found the centre of gravity.
I'm off it completely. That is the balance point. Science.
Next up, buoyancy. I employed the tried and tested method of reading an unverifiable review on Amazon where a guy said he weighed 200 pounds and that made the boat sink 4 inches into the water. Using horrific maths, that means that 200-pound me plus 400-pound mini Jeep will make it sink a maximum of 12 inches. And yes, I know the pontoons are shaped in such a way that the more they sink into the water, the more relative buoyancy they provide, but we're in the USA, and Nate tried calculating the buoyant force the volume of these pontoons would provide not using the metric system.
14 inches.
Ich hoffe, ihr habt alles verstanden, ja, weil das war schon ziemlich Englisch.
Half of 14 is 7, you square that, times that by pi.
And the universe exploded, I went cross-eyed, and my tape measure committed suicide. So I just guessed around 8 inches. We then decided that 4 inches of ground clearance below the pontoons was enough to allow me to drive with them inflated.
Was ist das denn die Mode? Warum kenne ich das nicht?
And measured how low the Jeep was going to sit in the water with the 8 plus 4 inches. Which was good news for the tyres pushing me along.
So that should give you pretty deep.
Yeah, so I get the maximum traction, but this also means that the water level...
Yeah, you're definitely gonna be swimming. That's our water line right there.
Jesus.
Well, I'm okay with wet feet, but this also meant I was going to get wet engine electrics. But there's an easy solution for that.
I could just get a jet ski coil.
Yeah.
And a plug cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that, couldn't you, Ed?
Yeah.
Like not whatever the Chinese found in the parts bin.
So now we had our design constraints, it was time to design the frame. We quickly abandoned using parts of the original boat frame as we were pretty sure it would snap under triple its original design weight. So we went thinking of our own custom design from scratch. Initially, each pontoon was going to bolt onto each side.
There's a certain distance that we're going to have to go in for the bending moment.
But then the genius idea struck.
If we're going to go in that far, if you just have the thing just literally span the entire vehicle, that's strong as fuck.
That just makes it, yes.
It becomes quite unwieldy and difficult to transport. You kind of got...
Moment mal. Ich frage mich gerade, wenn da sozusagen hier ein Luftkissen ist, was das nach oben drückt und auf der anderen Seite auch, wie treibt er denn dann quasi überhaupt das Ding nach vorne? Sollen die Reifen sich im Wasser drehen und dadurch quasi nach vorne fahren? Baut er eine Schiffsschraube an?
Perfectly strong boat which can take a shitload of weight, and you're just putting this on top.
Get a 2-inch bolt, just bolt them on there, and that's how you install it. I mean, that's the easiest way.
Yeah, and that, ladies and gentlemen, decided it. Nate fired up his design software and drew the frame, and then I read you this disclaimer. Warning, if you're an engineer watching this in a place it's unacceptable to get an erection, pause the video now, and only continue watching this footage of the frame being laser cut when the coast is clear. Ready?
Hit the lights. It's boner time.
Bin gespannt. Oh. ist actually cool. Ich wollte gerade sagen, jetzt hämmer den Scheiß raus. Du, das ist wirklich ziemlich sexy, Chick, ganz ehrlich, Alter. Sowas hat nicht jeder mal irgendwie rumstehen in der Werkstatt.
Good work, Nate. Time for some singing.
All right.
Then we did some welding. Quite a lot of welding. Then we cut some spaces with holes because using drills is for losers. Then we probably committed a health and safety violation using two forklifts to bolt our frame into place.
Mr. Chat, das finde ich tatsächlich faszinierend an den USA. So verrückt die da alle sind. Man kann tatsächlich wirklich sehr verrückte Sachen machen, ohne dass man zum Beispiel die Straßenverkehrserlaubnis oder so verliert. Ich glaube, ich könnte auch nicht in Deutschland mit so einem kleinen Minijeep auf einer Straße rumfahren. Das ist schon cool, das ist wirklich cool.
This is awesome. Crap the song. Nate turned the tack welds into permanent welds. And then finally, with the frame complete, we did some very scientific testing by jumping up and down with broomsticks. And then my camera fell down and pointed at my balls. Balls, 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 balls.
Demonetized.
We made it strong with gussets on the frame. And to personalise it, I added my name. To complete the job, we added one last bit. Slid in the pontoons to make sure they still fit. Took it apart, gave it a coat of paint, and job complete, and said goodbye to Nate. Yeah, nailed it. Woohoo! Calm down, Ed.
Das ist ein Trip, Alter.
Well, there it is. Good work.
Oh, die haben es sogar lackiert.
What do you think my chance of survival is?
I hope that I see you again, but not on the news.
Inspired with confidence, I said goodbye. We basked in our glory one last time.
It looks fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, yes, a beautifully made piece of kit.
Yeah.
Before doing what to you looks like time travel. You see, we actually built this after the engine blew up in episode 3, and then I stashed it by the lakeside the day before I resumed the journey in episode 4, and here we are in episode 6. Gone cross-eyed yet? Good. Welcome to my world. So now time is linear again. Here we are, with 850 miles of off-road behind us, 150 miles of off-road remaining, but first, 3 miles of water. Right, let's get this show on the road. Lake. First off, we rolled the Minijeep onto the frame while trying not to disturb the water.
Okay. Lass drüber reden, Shit. Schafft das mit seinem Minijeep mit den zwei Bojen an links und rechts darüber zu fahren? Oder nicht?
Wildlife too much.
Ich meine, das Video wird es vielleicht nicht geben und wäre vielleicht nicht 47 Minuten lang, wer das nicht schaffen würde. Aber Spoiler.
Then we attached the frame.
So we've got 4 bolts hanging down. We now have to lift the frame up and into it, slide it through, and you need a nut and one of those 3-inch plates. Good thing about mild steel, you can just sort of bend it until it fits.
Once attached, David made sure it was perfectly safe and wouldn't fall apart on the lake by wiggling it a bit.
I wouldn't try it, but I would try it.
What's the worst going to happen? Right, so now we're going to put the pontoons on.
Oh, quick correction. In the last video, I said that David was Kyle's son. David is not Kyle's son, and I'm really sorry, David. Back to the video. And after spending too much energy inflating the first pontoon, I got bored with manual labour and decided to try something.
That'll do for the moment. So will this work?
Can you inflate them with the Minijeep's exhaust? Well,
oh my God.
Sort of. We tried it at idle, but it was going to take forever. So then we tried high engine RPM.
Ich weiß nicht, Chat, gibt es einen Unterschied, wenn das Ding mit Abgasen gefüllt ist oder mit, naja, Luft?
And while it was inflating,
doing it was getting a bit warm.
It started melting the end of the plastic pump hose I was borrowing.
Oh my God.
Balls.
Well, it would have worked.
Ah well, time to carry on strenuously pumping Willie. Time to get serious. As Willie faced the water, something dawned on me. Yeah, this thing is totally untested. It has never seen water, and I'm now rolling the dice part the way through a 1,000-mile off-road adventure, and it might now capsize and sink to the bottom of a lake. Journey over. This is a stupid idea.
Right. It's disappointing when you say, I'm Ed March and welcome to Jackass. Jackass, I guess.
But I'm pretty good at stupid ideas, and I had faith in my engineering skills. Even if others
Danke,
didn't.
Tyler Dunn. Dankeschön, Melion. Dankeschön, Kurt. Dankeschön, Unlimited. Danke, Paul the One für die Zehner. Du schreibst Tiergrößer Mensch, bin immer dabei.
What's the guess
Danke,
then?
Jungs.
You reckon...
I think you got about 5 minutes.
Well, then it's going to sink.
We'll do a little recovery.
Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets now. Will
Ja, place your bets now, Jungs. Säuft er ab oder fährt er rüber? Ich habe tatsächlich das Gefühl, Chat, dass möglicherweise was schief gehen könnte. Oder zumindest, dass es ewig dauert.
it work? Oh, I can't stay this serious. It was perfect.
It was?
Is it floating?
Whoa!
I'm a boat!
You're a moron!
That movement? That's moving! I mean, this just works, doesn't it? What do you mean, kind of? How can it be better than this?
Fahr ganz rüber, nicht immer hin und zurück.
I mean, that could not have gone better. Yeah, I'm loading up and hitting the water.
Well, I did load up here, but after discovering that my top speed on water was about 3 miles an hour, I decided to shorten the distance on water from 3.4 miles to 1.2 miles by driving down the road a bit, which gave me the chance to raise the levels of visual stupidity even further.
Oh nein, das Ding schleift.
Went well. The wind resistance of the pontoon slowed me down a little bit, but that just gave me more time to look at the scenery. And you. The off-road ability though...
Dude, ich bin wirklich, Chat, da muss ich schon wieder ein bisschen fanboyen für die USA, zumindest für die Natur, nicht für die Menschen und so. Aber es ist wirklich schön, was die da quasi, also wie viel Platz die einfach haben, Alter. Und dude, wie das da aussieht. Keine Ahnung, das ist wie ein anderer Planet plötzlich. Das ist cool, Mann.
...had suffered quite a bit. It now didn't take much of a slope or bump at all to make the pontoon scrape the floor, which filled me with manly dread. But eventually the scraping got so bad I had to do something about it.
Yeah, okay, I can't actually do this with these pontoons on.
Hoffentlich machst du nicht kaputt, Mann. Eben.
I'm gonna put holes in them.
Danke, Endhof.
Time to
Danke,
take off my
Romstar.
banana-shaped
Hey,
hindrances
Anatosti,
and
Reaper.
put them on
Bad
top of the
Mongo
pontoon
TV,
frame.
Dankeschön. Mango TV.
My cellular banana phone. One banana Jeep.
Danke, Dr. Price.
Ring, 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 ring. Banana Jeep.
And we were off, although the pontoons could have done with a bit more securing.
Ah! The bananas!
Rubbing on the tyres.
But if I used my right hand to hold up the right pontoon and my left leg to hold up the left pontoon, the problem was solved and we were once again able to cope with the terrain as long as it didn't get too extreme. Ah, tits.
I can't push it because I've got fucking great pontoons hanging out the side. Oh, that did not like that.
Ich hab Lust zu verreisen, wenn ich das sehe, Chat.
Navigating my way through the maze of trails
Danke,
was proving
Picasso.
very tricky.
Danke, Mords.
But luckily there was enough mobile internet here to download some extra trail maps. And also use Surfshark VPN. Come on.
Ja. Zumindest, Chat, so ungefähr wie er das ja im Hintergrund hat, Chat, muss ich das auch machen. Für die bessere Akustik hier. Aber es kommt alles nach und nach.
Actually, I followed the trails to
Oh oh, bin ich noch live? Oder ist das einfach nur, weil ich vorgespult habe?
The left pontoon, the problem was
Okay. Ehre Surfshark, by the way.
solved, and we were once again able to cope with the terrain as long as it didn't get too extreme.
Danke, Dr. Tobi. Mir geht's gut in der neuen Wohnung. Ja, ich werde gleich noch viel mehr erzählen. Einfach ein bisschen chillen.
I can't push it because I've got fucking great pontoons hanging out the side. Oh, that did not like that.
Ugh.
Navigating my way through the maze of trails was proving very tricky. But luckily there was enough mobile internet here to download some extra trail maps. And also use Surfshark
Holy shit, Bro. Was ist wie ein Minenfeld, das Video? Beziehungsweise, ich glaube, das wollte ich gerade skippen, aber dann bin ich wieder vorne gelandet.
Fought my way through my arch nemesis of tumbleweeds.
Ah, tits.
Er macht sein Boot kaputt, noch bevor er ankommt.
Which surprised me, to say the least.
Well, fuck me.
Made sure all the important things were taken care of.
We're going to want this on film if it goes badly.
And then began crossing the lake.
Whoa!
After giving myself a little push, I began crossing the lake. Initially I used the paddle a bit to ensure a correct course and to help me reach top speed faster. In between marvelling at my own genius. And sometimes my genius is so immense, it surprises even me.
It turns. It does. It actually turns with the steering wheel. Look, turn it right. Turn it left.
This is awesome.
Auf jeden Fall crazy, man.
And I'm not blowing my own trumpet, because if I could I wouldn't leave the house, but I am genuinely proud of myself for this one. Thank you, Nate, for helping me personally achieve this previously unseen level of stupidity and engineering prowess. I can't...
Ganz kurz, Chat. Es ist so warm hier drin, nur so nebenbei, Alter. Nebenbei, ich spüre gerade, wie ich hier schwitze und schwitze. Weiter.
believe it's working.
Mein Gott, Alter, wann hört der Sommer auf?
Say working.
Mittwoch, glaube ich. Fenster ist auf. Es hilft gerade nicht.
Well, that's the engine done. Yeah, I wonder if it's the plug lead.
Yes, Ed, I wonder if it is the plug lead.
I could just get a jet ski coil.
Yeah.
And a plug cap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like not whatever the Chinese found in the parts bin. Oh man, looks like I'm paddling.
So whatever the Chinese found in the parts bin doesn't like lake crossings. Ed, you're an idiot. Ah well, time to start paddling. Only half a mile to go. Which wasn't exactly easy and resulted in the obligatory shot of me taking my clothes off. But after a horrendously long amount of time slowly paddling across the lake, the engine's plug cap dried off and I was able to start the engine again and resume absolutely smashing it across to the other side.
Mad lad. Wie hieß der Film nochmal, Chat? Holy shit, ich hab vergessen, wie der hieß. Irgendwas mit Autos. Und Fast and Furious. Cool.
Eventually I made it to a ramp of sorts at the other side, but it was too rough for me to drive out smoothly.
Ja, jetzt steht ihr mit euren Klimageräten. Nein, ich hole mir kein mobiles Klimagerät. Das habe ich nie wieder, Chat. Das war die schlechteste Entscheidung meines Lebens, dieses verdammte scheiß mobile Klimagerät zu kaufen.
Just couldn't get enough traction and the pontoons were beaching.
Also lass mir lieber eine Klimaanlage hier einbauen, Chat.
So I just let some air out of the pontoons, and with lots of furious tugging on Willy, we reached the climax of our journey. Really starting to wish I put that jet ski plug cap on there now.
Das sieht gut. Das sieht gestresst aus.
Like, I couldn't have done half of this without you.
Let's get you up there though. We got 5-10 minutes.
I can't see, it's wet. Yeah.
Can we pick this up and just turn it?
It's stuck in the mud.
With the pontoons removed, I was now back to full off-road capability.
Ooh.
Well, sort of. The frames were still getting in the way, but as long as you take Willy and smash it hard enough, you, journey complete.
Well, that went better than expected.
Actually.
I had a vision of falling off there and roll.
I was worried about that too. We really gotta go though.
And with the sun setting and the crossing taking much longer than I anticipated, Kyle and David had to leave pretty hastily, but they helped me out even further by taking the pontoons and other light things with them, so I had much less to stash around here and it wouldn't blow away.
Thank you so much. Honestly, you were absolute lifesavers. In night, every way. Cheers. Honestly, you're amazing.
I would have liked the goodbye to have been a bit longer given all they'd done for me, but I knew I'd be seeing them soon again anyway. Which just left me to repack Willy, ready for the land.
Nur so nebenbei, 2 Randos, die er einfach so getroffen hat auf der Straße, helfen ihm mal kurz mit seinem Minijeep über den See zu fahren. Da ist schon keiner cool.
Journey back to Moab, and then reflect on what I'd just done.
Well, those guys are awesome. And Kyle really likes the ratchet straps that I've got. They're really cool Rhino ones. So when I get his address to go and collect the parts, I'm going to send him a set of 4 of them. I think that's worth it. They're expensive ratchet straps. I'm not a tight ass. It's getting a bit chilly. I'm still topless, just with a PFD on. I'm on the west side of Lake Powell and I've come over in an amphibious Minijeep. I am a moron.
And during the edit, I stumbled across this behind-the-scenes moment I thought you might like. I didn't realise I'd left this camera recording for half an hour, so here's what it looks like when I'm filming pieces to camera for you.
What's the temperature now? 5 degrees. Right,
Ooh,
I'm going to warm up. I'll see you in a bit.
Many moons ago, I was so awkward talking to the camera, and I decided to fix that by talking directly to my friends through the lens as if I was making the videos just for them. I just thought you might like to know why I talk to the camera like I do.
Right, see you in a bit once I've worked out a plan.
Oh, and also, no, I don't fake emotions for the camera. I do genuinely think what I've just done was really fun and really ridiculous.
So eine YouTube-Krankheit, Chat. Alles muss overhyped werden. Deswegen muss es extra erwähnen.
Quite low, so it's time to head off and find a camping spot for the night. And to continue thinking about what I've just done.
Right, well, time to carry on.
Das Ding ist halt so, Chat, das ist jetzt quasi sein Video, wo er mit dem Minijeep durch die Gegend fährt, aber bevor er quasi all diese ganzen Minijeep-Videos gemacht hat, hat er so eine richtige super-duper-Based-Serie gemacht, wo er, also erstmal, der reist quasi schon sein ganzes Leben um die Welt und so, aber quasi der war irgendwie mit seiner kleinen Mini-C90 vor, sagen wir mal, 8 Jahren oder so, zum Beispiel irgendwie hier von Alaska nach Argentinien und so. Und diese ganze Reise, die er da gemacht hat, hatte mich so begeistert, Chat, dass ich seitdem seine Videos gucke, weil die so gut waren, die Videos. Vor allem das hier war gut, das Kolumbien-Video. Zurück zum Video.
Carry on.
Ganz cool gerade so zum Chillen, Chat, ganz ehrlich. Ich bin sowieso noch ein bisschen davor mit den Streams so. Es tut halt gut, irgendwas zu gucken so und das Video für mich sprechen zu lassen.
This is no problem. Off-roading is compromised by the oar hanging off the front.
Aber ich das sehe, habe ich echt Bock, Urlaub zu machen. Abenteuerurlaub.
You can just all live in a heap there.
In the morning I returned to the landing spot as I'd heard there was a shop there that sold burritos. With lunch and dinner purchased, I got back in the Minijeep and headed off to stash the amphibious conversion somewhere. Well, after a quick chat.
Morning.
Is that yours?
Yeah.
Holy shit, how did one get a hold of that?
You suffer serious head trauma and then you go on the internet and you buy one.
Dude, that's awesome. The rails on the side.
So I actually converted it to be amphibious. I drove it across the lake.
Son of a bitch. Oh, you son of a bitch. Good for you. If I take a photo?
Yeah, go for it, yeah. I even got a YouTube channel that's documenting this series, so if you want to see a semi-professionally edited version of the journey.
Just incredible. So, you rode then?
The wheels actually propel it at about 2 or 3 miles an hour.
Dude, you're kidding me. This thing rocks. And you can buy this stuff.
You can buy the Jeep. You definitely cannot buy the amphibious conversion. That was quite the engineering head scratcher. We had a friend up in Salt Lake who's got an engineering company and a tube laser.
How cool is this, man? Good for you.
I was pissing myself laughing as I first entered the water. I'm like, what am I doing?
Wow. Well, nice to meet you. Safe journeys. Don't get hurt
Cheers.
out there.
Ah, that'll be fine.
Oh my gosh.
Cheers.
Yeah, I'm going to start coveting right now. How fun.
Right, enough socialising. Time to unbolt the pontoon frame and carry on.
Oh, water's coming out.
Ja, ist mit Wasser vollgelaufen.
One. Do, 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 do.
Well, good news, Nate. You knew it anyway, but your welds are waterproof.
And with all the bolts removed, just had to take the frame off.
And dismantle.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Dismantle. Oh, wheel arch. Fuck!
Ja,
Not
ich
gonna
hab's
work, is
losgemacht.
it? Dickhead.
Ta-da! Unbolted. And I'll just put it against the fence and I'll come and collect it in
About a week's time, I think.
Ich glaube nicht, dass irgendjemand den Metallrahmen klaut.
So with the frame and paddles safely stashed out of the way, the journey resumed.
Jo, Chat, nur so ganz nebenbei, ja, wenn wir schon beim Thema sind, Dinge irgendwo abstellen und später wiederkommen. Könntet ihr rein theoretisch irgendwas vor euer Haus abstellen und es würde nicht geklaut werden? Ich sag das hier so ganz blöd, Chat, weil seitdem ich jetzt hier so, ich sag mal, ländlich lebe, fällt mir auf, wie viele Sachen hier rumstehen. So, keine Ahnung, hier sind überall Fahrräder, die unabgeschlossen sind oder so. Und niemand klaut die, Chat. What the fuck? Keine Ahnung, irgendwelche Leute haben überall so, also alles steht quasi offen rum. Teilweise sind selbst die Türen von den Häusern offen, Chat. Ich könnte da einfach, also man könnte dort einfach reingehen. Natürlich mache ich das nicht, verstehe mich nicht falsch, aber das ist alles sehr irritierend für mich, Chat, okay? Okay.
So with the frame and paddles safely stashed out of the way, the journey resumed. Rather worryingly, on this section of the route there were very few off-road trails, which meant lots of road miles, and I was still 150 miles away from Moab. After just a little bit, my tyres were looking pretty rough, and I was starting to worry if they'd make it. But while I was forced to take the highway, at least it was
Danke,
very
Pro.
pretty.
Danke, Red H-Con. Danke, Schattenadler,
And there was a
NGO,
little
Koala
section to
Corey,
save my
Ostfix.
tyres.
Danke.
There was some sand, which went well.
Wie schön.
The second time. And in fairness, there was actually some off-roading, which was a welcome break. It was very...
Ganz kurz, ja, das ist mir auch schon aufgefallen, Chat, dass tatsächlich hier sich irgendwie alle kennen. Alle kennen sich irgendwie bei Namen oder so. Selbst, sagen wir mal, die Leute, die so ein Eigenheim nebenan haben, kennen irgendwie fast alle Leute, die hier drin wohnen und so und irgendwie auch vice versa.
limited,
Ganz komisch.
but it was here. Oh, I do
Ich habe das Gefühl, Chat, dass wenn ich hier in der Wohnung sterben würde, würde tatsächlich jemand die den Krankenwagen rufen, ja? Und die würde mich nicht sterben lassen. In Köln, Chat, Alter, 100%. Wenn ich da gestorben wäre, hätte keiner interessiert. Die hätten vermutlich die Klingel abgestellt, wenn ich geklopft hätte und Hilfe gebraucht hätte.
Trail riding. And I don't know if I've said this in other videos, but I always ride on trails. This is a road. But soon it was back on the road again, using every opportunity possible to save my tyres.
Dude,
Look,
sein Display ist
every
cracked.
meter helps, alright? And normally showing you footage from a glorified shopping cart doing 20...
Mein letzter Nachbar hat auch auf mich aufgepasst, ja. Nein, anders. Mein letzter Nachbar hat mein Leben mitgelebt, Chat, ja. Quasi, es war so aufregend, was für ein Leben ich führe, dass quasi mein Leben Teil von seinem Leben wurde, weil das quasi dann so eine Art Unterhaltung war für ihn. Chat, ich habe euch erzählt von meinem letzten Nachbarn, den ich übrigens versucht zu vergessen, der Buch geführt hat über mich, Chat, ja. Das ist Vergangenheit, okay? Ich lebe jetzt woanders. Das ist alles gut hier. Alles nur Erinnerung, Chat.
20 miles an hour on the road would be boring, but I'm an excellent filmmaker and storyteller. So here is a...
Kleine Auffrischung für alle, Chat, ja. Mein alter Nachbar in der alten Wohnung, nicht hier. In der alten Wohnung, wo ich weggezogen bin, Chat, hat immer Strichliste darüber geführt, wann ich meine Wohnung verlassen habe, wann ich mein Fahrzeug bewegt habe und zu welchen Zeiten ich nachts wach war und vermutlich schlafen gegangen bin. Er meinte, ja, mit den Geräuschen, die ich gemacht habe, muss ich ja mindestens um 5 Uhr schlafen gegangen sein. Das ist ganz schön spät, meint er zu mir. Irgendwann hat er nicht mehr mit mir geredet, Chat, weil wir uns ein bisschen in die Haare bekommen haben. Aber ich sag mal so, er hat quasi festgestellt, ob mein Fahrzeug sich bewegt hat oder nicht, indem er, wenn er zur Arbeit gefahren ist, ein kleines Stöckchen an meinen Reifen gelegt hat und nachdem er wiedergekommen ist, überprüft hat, ob das Stöckchen immer noch am Reifen liegt. Ja, Chat, meiner Meinung nach ist das hochgradig sus. Das ist nicht nur sus, Chat, das ist quasi einfach daneben. Aber es ist Vergangenheit, der ist weg und der kommt auch nie wieder.
Very pretty valley filmed by a very shaky camera. Oh, and here is a very striking rock formation. That looks
stalking,
way
true.
more impressive in real life, I promise.
Hat auch mal jemand angestellt und hat sich darüber beschwert, dass ich irgendwie so laut war nachts oder so. Der hatte so ein richtig mieses Attitude. Der wollte irgendwie so, keine Ahnung, sich aufregen und wütend sein. So, ich denke mir so, wow, Alter, warum ist der jetzt so pisst auf mich? Weil ich ihm so gesagt, ich mache keine Geräusche, um dich wach zu machen. Guckt er mich so ganz blöd an. Und ich gucke ihn ganz blöd an und dann ist er gegangen. So, ja, keine Ahnung. Und ab da hat er nicht mit mir geredet. Und nachdem ich gesagt habe, oh, nicht mal eine Familie gründen will, weil er schon 40 ist. Ja, ne, Chat, gute nachbarschaftliche Beziehung. Hier ist es anders, okay? Ich mache alles neu.
As does this mountain range cliff thingy. And these 3 cows.
Das sind 3 Kühe.
But all kidding aside, what lay ahead was...
Ist die neue Wohnung hellhörig? Ne, die alte war hellhörig. Hier ist ganz gut, glaube ich. Hoffe ich. Ich weiß nicht, wie stelle ich fest, ob jemand vielleicht durch das Fenster mich draußen hört. Da habe ich noch nicht nachgedacht. Oh shit, Chat, Alter.
Excitement beyond my wildest dreams. The road.
Ich glaube, jemand sollte sich mal auf den Balkon stellen und ich rede einfach hier. Ich brauche hier mehr Schallschutz.
Oh. And I know most of you currently watching this are in the north.
Ah ja, genau, vielleicht soll ich es auch noch gelernt stellen. Da ist das Fenster und da ist auch der Balkon. Also so ungefähr da.
Hemisphere in summer where it's hot as balls, but when I filmed this it was in the middle of winter and it was cold as balls. Hang on, that doesn't make... Anyway, yes, I decided to try and cook a burrito on the engine because I was freezing my tits off. Balls off, Jet. Look, I put a burrito on the engine and drove for 40 minutes before stopping to inspect it.
How hot is my burrito? Oh,
er ist runtergefallen, richtig.
Fuck, that could be anywhere.
Well, it's not going to be anywhere, is it, edgy dipstick? It's on the road somewhere. I spent 2 hours backtracking to find the burrito, by which point it was dark. I then consulted the map to work out my route and realised I might not have enough fuel to make it back to Moab off-road. So I had to take a detour on the road for a little bit before getting to a town and checking into a badly animated hotel for the night.
Okay, well, fully fueled up, both me and the Jeep, got food and loads of petrol, and we've got one more mountain pass to do, which is about 8,000 feet, and then push north into the Red Rocks, and then into the valley where Moab is. Wish us luck.
With all the supplies we'd need, we made our way out of town. I ate a thing I bought.
Sieht aus wie Brot mit Fleisch drin.
Before eventually hitting the trails again for this final mountain pass on this epic 1,000-mile journey to Moab.
Danke Beileids, danke Frontliner, danke D-Link, Serlington, Randy, Andy, Taktessus, Vitus und Eike. Jungs, danke für die Unterstützung, danke für die Submarinos, Mann. Ich finde das voll schön, Jet. Ich hatte echt Bock, irgendwie zu offroaden. Also das heißt Offroad. Daher zu fahren, ist ja wie Offroad. Danke, Serious Look. Danke, Beileids nochmal. Danke, Jungs.
Ice.
Wow. Nochmal.
You're lucky that 100-shot of NOS didn't blow the welds on the intake.
Sieht gar nicht kalt aus, sieht eher warm aus.
Progress uphill was still pretty slow and still required the occasional stop to stretch my legs. And as the snow got deeper and deeper, I was really hoping this wouldn't be another pass I'd get stuck on and have to turn round.
Ja, okay, jetzt glaube ich, dass es da kalt ist.
Made it over the summit.
Überall
Schnee. It was all smooth sailing from here.
Kleine Frage zwischendurch, Chat. Lieber warm oder lieber kalt? Jetzt, wo hier warm ist, hätte ich lieber kalt. Aber wenn hier kalt wäre, hätte ich vermutlich lieber warm. Ich mag tatsächlich trotzdem lieber warm. Ich fühle mich lieber... Ich glaube, ich schwitze lieber, als dass ich friere. Weiß, unbeliebte Meinung. Ja gut, für Schlaf eher kalt, true. Aber nur dann.
Eventually the sun started setting and it was time to find somewhere to camp. And as luck would have it, I found an established campground with a spectacular view.
Ja, das ist tatsächlich spektakulär. Meine Fresse. Hier ist sogar so ein Tabletop-Ding. Quasi so ein Berg, der oben einfach flach ist. Wahnsinn. Da ist noch einer. Ich hasse das. Ihr seht das auch, ne? Das ist so flacker. Das liegt an den FPS, Alter. Die Drohne hat so wenig FPS. Deswegen stockt das so und ruckelt.
And my luck increased even more, because this campground had a fire pit and wood inside it. Now, I didn't know how long this wood had been there, or if it was wet, so time to begin trying to light it.
Er hat vorher Benzin drüber gekippt, richtig. Das macht er jedes Mal.
Yes. Well, that'll do it.
I put the petrol away, started setting up camp while taking the occasional break to admire the sunset, before sitting down in front of the fire and enjoying another burrito. And as a British person, I then made a cup of tea, and of course I had to stir the tea bag because I'm not a monster. But while looking for something...
Chat, wenn du einen Tee trinkst, ja, lässt du den Teebeutel permanent drin oder packst du den Teebeutel raus? Und wenn du den Teebeutel rausnimmst, drückst du ihn vorher aus, also quasi eine Art Geschmacksboost, wo du einmal noch quasi alles rauspresst, was drin ist, oder packst ihn einfach raus und lässt ihn liegen. Das ist so eine Kunde, da entscheiden sich die Geister, Chat. Ich bin so jemand, ich booste gerne, ich drück das mal aus.
Realized I don't really know much about the wildlife.
I don't know the plants here, so...
Ich rede natürlich vom Teebeutel, ne? Klar.
That's a stick.
So wie das.
Probably not poisonous. Looks good.
I then sat down and enjoyed my cup of tea. Honest.
It's definitely got flavour and body. Chunks of fire in it. Head torch off. I'm going to watch the stars while I drink that. I'll see you in the morning.
Gute Nacht, Ed.
Here we go, the final morning of knocking snow and ice off the inside of the tent. Ew. I haven't seen my reflection today, so I do not know what you're looking at. I probably apologise.
Danke, Telefon. Danke, Icewalk MC. Kenny Baker. Donnerpups.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the expression of someone who can't actually believe he might make it. Or know how to operate a camera.
No, didn't turn that off.
Ich erinnere mich übrigens nicht das letzte Mal, dass ich mit einem Zelt irgendwo gepennt habe, wo wo Minustemperaturen waren oder so. Ich frage mich, wie das ist. Ob das irgendwie so kuschelig warm ist im Schlafsack und irgendwie comfy oder ob es einfach viel zu kalt wird. Ich habe einmal in der Hängematte gepennt, in der sächsischen Schweiz, also in Sachsen, und hatte meine Isomatte vergessen und irgendwie in der Nacht war es 5 Grad. Und in der Hängematte wurde mir richtig saukalt. Das war richtig unangenehm. Aber ja, keine Ahnung. Er hat vermutlich gutes Equipment.
Miles aren't going to do themselves. Time to get out of the tent, load up Willy, and head off. And yes, I always put my campfires out before I leave.
Ich nutze jetzt nebenbei. Das ist wunderschön, Alter. Richtig cool. Ein richtiges Naturschauspiel, das Ding.
Excuse me, just got to go look at something pretty.
Und ich frage mich, ob ihm irgendjemand entgegenkommt oder ob er wirklich die ganze Zeit alleine ist. Danke, Biberle. Danke, Reumas.
Well, this day was going beautifully. As I meandered through these valleys, I was feeling really good. So good, in fact, I even set a new world record for high jump while driving a Minijeep.
Whoa.
Talk about. Oh, I'm glad I know the steering wheel. Oh, Willy, you're trying to kill me.
Now I
Erste Tour gefragt, ob dieses Jahr wieder eine Weihnachtsgeschichte kommt. A, ich freue mich natürlich, dass immer noch Leute nach der Weihnachtsgeschichte fragen. Und B, jetzt wo ich umgezogen bin, Jungs, wird alles anders, ja? Mit anderen Worten, Wartet ab.
Tourists have a problem trying to convey the scale of this place, because I am in awe here. But luckily, there is something I can do to show you just how vast this scenery is. That's a rock face.
Übrigens, manchmal Chat, mein Monitor hat einen Fehler. Ich weiß nicht, ob ihr euch erinnert, dass wir vor vielen Monaten mal geguckt haben und ich meinte, ich habe so einen Strich, aber ich habe jetzt immer so einen Strich, der von links vom Monitor einmal bis in die Mitte geht und in der Mitte fadet und rechts nicht ankommt. Weil mein Monitor geht kaputt. Shit.
Trying to convey the scale of this
sorry, da waren wir.
Climbing. But eventually the trail ended and it was time for me to get back on tarmac. And to forget that my GoPro was running. For half an hour. In 4K. If you'd like to help me pay for hard drives, you can send PayPal donations to ed.march at c90adventures.co.uk. I'm
Okay,
still
Ed.
stuck doing 20 miles an hour.
Okay, Ed, ich like das Video schon, Gottverdammt, Alter.
I'm pretty sure those signs are only put there to antagonize me at this point.
Danke, Inimana. Danke, Radospaten. Danke, Guy with No Aim. Tschüss. Dankeschön. Torpedo. Biberle, Mephisto.
Exceptionally long amount of time
Dankeschön.
driving, I drove past this sign and realised, oh hang on a minute, that might actually be something interesting, and I can warm up and do star jumps.
Sharks.
Let's go look at Newspaper Rock. Newspaper Rock is a series of petroglyphs carved in...
Wow! Und niemand hat's kaputt gemacht bisher, obwohl es am Arsch der Welt ist. So was habe ich auch in Schweden gesehen, Chat.
...into the rock around 2,000 years ago. Archaeologists still don't really know why they were created or what they represent, but I'm pretty sure this is either graffiti or a premonition of the rocket ship that I used in the last video to travel to Mars.
You ride?
Yep, unfortunately.
What is it?
It's a Chinese Minijeep that they then wrote US Army over.
Gotcha.
Just to cancel out the communism.
Wow, it scoots you around all right? Just 125?
No.
No?
Top speed of 30, but that's like screaming the absolute nuts off it.
I mean, those bigger Jeeps.
No, I have had people who own like the 1940s Jeeps, and they're like, yeah.
All right, well, you have a good one.
I'll give it a go. Cheers.
What friendly Americans. Right, time to...
Aber diese Art von Gesprächen, Chat, dass irgendwelche Leute vorbeikommen und die quasi so einen Chit-Chat führen über irgendwas. Irgendwie, oh, geiles Auto, oh, geiles dies und das. Das ist in Amerika mir ständig passiert, Alter. Die haben übel so eine Kultur, dass quasi man immer mit Fremden irgendwie redet oder zumindest reden kann. Und irgendwie alles immer super oberflächlich, aber super offen. Aber halt oberflächlich wie Sau.
Carry up.
Never seen something like that before.
Yeah, there's not many of them.
Replica One, Dankeschön für die 72.
Cheers.
How long does that tank of gas last you?
I've got a range of 210 miles in total.
Wow, yeah, that's amazing. And what, like 7 gallons total?
Yeah, exactly that,
Really?
yeah.
That's perfect.
It is not.
Take it easy.
Cheers.
Okay, well now those two separate groups of friendly Americans have gone, I can carry... Oh, for fuck...
That's so fucking cool, man.
Cheers.
My buddy was telling me you drove all the way from Idaho?
Yeah, I got about 950 miles on this trip so far.
Prima Nick, danke auch für den Sub. Ich habe dich vorgelesen, aber vielleicht habe ich den Namen gebutschert. Danke auch nochmal Pro Killer, Replica One, El Diablo TV. Sehr freundlich von euch. Jungs, Dankeschön.
Broke the chassis in half, broke the rear swing arm in half, blew up one engine. The thing that did go surprisingly well was going across Lake Powell, so I actually built an amphibious bolt-on jig for it and
Yeah, I'm
actually went
flexing
over
this
the
shit.
lake.
Holy shit.
How long is the lake?
I did about a mile of it, which is quite a lot when you're sat on that, like half a mile from that direction going, this was a bad idea. This was a very bad idea.
Do you mind if I take a picture of this?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Cheers, thank you.
I've got a YouTube channel if you want to check out the actual footage of how miserable it is. Been a long old journey. I'm going to have one hell of a bath when I get back.
Well, have a safe journey. Yeah, seriously.
I'll give it a go. I've only got 50 miles to go.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I think he's going to make it.
Nearly there. Safe journey.
Cheers.
Right, I've really got to get moving before any more Americans turn up. And with just 50 miles to go, Willie decided to break down.
Hello? Willie? Got fuel.
Oh no.
Fuel tap on.
Also nebenbei. Coole Sticker.
Hello? I mean, if I were to guess, I'd say that was a fuel starvation thing. This is the first time you've actually broken down, I think.
So we're not going to count the engine dying in a huge plume of smoke? No? Okay.
Oh no.
Looks like it might be fuel starvation.
So what was the cause?
Why's that vacuum tap off?
Well,
Die Reise
the
zu
very
Ende.
stiff valve for the vacuum feed to the fuel pump was completely shut.
What?
Meaning the fuel pump couldn't operate. And no, I have no idea how that happened.
Right, well, let's open you. Right, you're now open.
With the valve now open, I just needed to prime the fuel system. And this is done by removing the vacuum pipe from the inlet manifold, and then you repeatedly suck and blow on the penis pipe until the fuel starts coming out.
Give you about 10 seconds.
Versteht irgendjemand von euch, was der genau macht gerade technisch? Ich bin ziemlich sicher, ihr seid technisch versierter als ich. Ich kenne mich nicht so wirklich aus mit Automotoren oder allgemein mit Motoren. Faszinierend auf jeden Fall. Okay, dass er jetzt daran saugt, das kann ich nachvollziehen.
Blows.
Once that's proven, you put the pipe back on the carb and give it 10 more suck and blows. And then...
Hack?
Ooh. Well, that's fucking weird. If I didn't know any better, I'd say somebody reached inside the engine bay and turned that off, but that's just not a thing. How bizarre. Okay, Willie, we're not going to count that as a breakdown.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe Willie just wanted to remind me just how good he's been on this journey. He wasn't meant for this. But eventually, the LaSalle Mountains appeared over the horizon.
Das ist einfach eine Wolke über dem Berg, so keine Wolke, nur über dem Berg. Das ist cool.
And Moab is at the base of those mountains. Nearly there. Time to take the final trails.
Shizuka Cloud, danke. Danke Loki. Danke Spesser, Fox und Pro-Killer. Nochmals.
As I got closer to Moab, there was an artificial tumbleweed.
Somebody's birthday! Well, I have a thing where I pick up one piece of trash every day, so that's that.
Gute Arbeit, Ed.
And there was a rock with a hole in it. And then there's not much else to report, really. I slowly made my way through the last miles of trails before I crested the final hill and entered the valley that has Moab in it. And I couldn't believe I'd finally made it. After 1,000 miles, Willie and I were actually here. But as I finished this last trail and was then forced onto tarmac, it just didn't seem right to stay on a smooth surface and end the journey like this. So I turned down one last gravel road and took a moment to say thank you to the faithful steed that brought me all these miles and all this fun.
Well, Willie, I can't believe we're actually going to make it. I didn't think you had it in you. And I'm sorry for snapping your chassis and swing arm and half and blowing up your engine. Thank you for your service.
Liebt sein Gefährt.
Thank you for watching. If I've even slightly inspired you to get out there and have your own silly adventure, then another mission of mine is complete. Get out there and have fun. You won't regret it.
GG, Ed. GG, Bro. Ich habe Angst zu gucken, wie lange das Video noch geht. Ah, noch ein bisschen. Demonetized. Nur so nebenbei $3.595, Chat. Für dieses Gefährt. Ich sag mal, da ein Video macht, nachvollziehbar. Aber wenn er kein Video machen würde, Jungs, was ein Preis für das Ding, Alter. So ein Haufen Schrott. Coole Aufnahme. Dude, nur so nebenbei, wo ist er denn da, Alter? Ah ja, das ist ja wieder so eine typische 100 Kilometer lange Salzwüste. Klassiker, ne? Danke, Matt Chief. Danke, netter Ente. Okay, Chat, wann mache ich die nächste Reise? Ganz ehrlich, die Wohnung hier muss noch gestrichen werden, Chat, ne? Zum Beispiel, ich meine, hier seht ihr das, Chat, das ist so eine Linie und die ist dann nur, Chat, weil einmal gestrichen wurde und einmal nicht gestrichen wurde. Mal gucken, vielleicht fahre ich eine Woche oder so zu Whitey Und in der Zeit lasse ich hier streichen. Dann sind keine Fremden in meiner Wohnung, Chat, wisst ihr? Weil immer wenn Fremde hier drin sind, dann feels weird, man. Oder ich streiche selber. Aber ich weiß nicht, wie man eine Holzdecke streicht. Impressive. Wenn ich einen Hund holen würde, würde mich das sehr stark reisetechnisch einschränken. Auf jeden Fall, ja, keine Sorge. Aber, ja, keine Sorge. Wird bedacht. Der schließt der Rudelführer. Beeindruckende Choreografie übrigens. Wo kommen all die ganzen aufblasbaren Instrumente her? Selbst auf dem See? Das nebenbei, Chat. Wenn ich einen kleinen Minijeep in Deutschland umbauen würde zu einem Boot und auf einen See in NRW fahren würde die Polizei kommen und mich festnehmen. Vielleicht würde ich irgendwie von einer Tierschutzorganisation oder so mit Eiern beworfen werden. Ja, Ed, wir kaufen dein T-Shirt, du hast es verdient. Ich weiß, wir müssen monetarisieren und das ist eine sehr edle Art der Monetarisierung. Alles besser als was auch immer. Zumindest das war das Video-Chat. Ich habe das Video schon geliked, Alter, das ist großartig gewesen.